As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left. Cause I've been blasting and laughing so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. But I ain't never crossed a man that didn't deserve it. Me be treated like a punk, you know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking and where you're walking, or you and your homies might be lined in chalk. I really hate the trip, but I gotta low. As they croak, I see myself in the pistol smoke. Fool, I'm the kind of G the little homies wanna be like, on my knees in the night, saying prayers in the street light. Been spending most of their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We've been spending most of their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. Look at the situation they got me facing. I can't live a normal life. I was raised by the state, so I gotta be down with the hood team. Too much television watching got me chasing dreams. I'm an educated fool with money on my mind. Got my 10 in my hand and a gleam in my eye. I'm a loped out gangster, set tripping banker, and my homies is down, so don't arouse my anger. Fool, death ain't nothing but a heartbeat away. I'm living life, do or die. What can I say? I'm 23 now, but will I live to see 24? The way things is going, I don't know. Tell me why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me? We've been spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We've been spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. Power and the money, money and the power. Minute after minute, hour after hour, everybody's running, but half of them ain't looking what's going on in the kitchen. But I don't know what's cooking. They say I got to learn, but nobody's here to teach me. If they can't understand it, how can they reach me? I guess they can't, I guess they won't, I guess they front. That's why I know my life is out of luck, fool. We've been spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We've been spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. Tell me why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me? Tell me why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you What is love? Baby, don't hurt me.
I'm so excited! I personally really love this new model, okay? I hope you guys love it just as much! I spent $100 on this bad boy. Okay, let's get to it. It's me! Hi! I was so excited. Yeah! I'm me! Finally!
Captain Fox 56 has entered the void.
I'm finally me! Hi, Fox! How are you? I am, like, ecstatic, though. I've been waiting so long to debut this bad boy. Oh, that's we love Merp. We love Merp around this household. Also, hi, Maja and Minnie and hello. I have a couple of things planned. I was gonna have a lot more planned if I had done the art properly, but I didn't do that. But I do have a few things that I want to do. I downloaded a game, so hopefully that'll work later. I downloaded a free little horror game. I might do that at the last. But I have a few videos that I want to watch because I think they're fun and I think they're funny. So, yeah. Oh, I do want to show off a couple. I do want to show off a toggle that I really like. Autism toggle. It's the autism toggle. Rawr! Dinosaur arms. But yeah. It's great. Okay, I'm gonna... Rawr! I'm gonna go to... My content rating is whatever. Whatever. It's hi, welcome in, scrub. It's yeah, that's my content rating. Maxosaurus Rex. Yeah. Okay. You could tell that I'm just excited and happy because I just keep giggling. Okay, I'm gonna switch over to the videos. I don't want Roblox, but we will be playing Roblox soon. Okay, let's switch. I also love this song. It's great. Unfortunately, I'll have to probably pause it, because we're gonna get into stupid little videos. They're this or that videos. It's like pick which, like you pick this one or that one for whatever the theme of the video is. I watch these all the time when I lived with my sister, and they're stupid fun. So we're gonna switch over there. Let me get small. Not too small, though. Okay, let's pause the music for now. That's not my music. That is just regular YouTube. And then video time. That's gonna be fill your dream fridge, this or that version.
Hey, bestie.
Oh,
Let's
shut up.
Stock your dream fridge shelf by shelf. This or that.
This video is also pretty small. Let's see, this or that.
Pick
Black
your
fridge. I'm emo, black fridge.
Pick your mini fridge.
Yeah. I meant to pause it before it left.
Official underscore has entered the void.
Left one. I was gonna go with the Coca-Cola as well. Wait, is that the right or the left? That's the right. Oh my gosh, so many followers. Did you mean this one as the left one? You probably did. I'm dumb. Right one looks ugly. I like it. It's kind of like retro, and you got like a little handle at the top. And I would literally only fill it with canned drinks anyways. So, I'm gonna make myself just a little bit smaller so the contents aren't too hard to see. Welcome in. Welcome in. Left one is more retro. Yeah, I guess you're right. I think I just like the little bubble aesthetic. Nice. Thanks for that, Fox. I don't know what that means, but thank you. Oh, thank you for the headbands. I appreciate it. Snack tray.
Pick
Ooh.
your snack tray.
I honestly will probably go for this pink one, purely because The snack tray is like, I prefer it to be more square. Yeah. Wow. The pink one, yeah. I could fit. I could organize my snacks better on the pink one. The white one is nice though. Everything goes on in the square hole exactly. Square. Yeah, it would hold more.
Pick
Green. I'm going for green. I know the ice trays won't come out green, but I don't really care for the heart ice cubes. These ones are just round and they're, green is just the color green. I love green. If these were different shapes, maybe I would go for this one because there's a lot more holes. But I do. I don't know what that means. It does. You go pop up, and then, though, if I'm being honest, I don't use a lot of ice. It hurts my teeth. But I would still use it for gas. So,
oops.
oops.
Pick your container.
The pink ones here because they have a clasp. They have clasps on it. These ones don't have any clasps on them. Plus, they have big old holes in them. What are you supposed to keep fresh in these containers? You can keep a lot of things fresh in containers like these. That's my opinion on that. Left is for prepared food. Yeah, this is all my fresh food gets eaten. I would put leftovers and pre-made lunches, not pre-made lunches in here, but like meal prep. I'd make lunches for the next day and I'd put it in this kind of tray. Plus, I'm a hooligan who kind of just keeps their hi Tiny, who keeps their fresh foods just in the boxes. Hi, welcome in, Tiny. You see my new model, isn't it great? Posture's like, oh, I'm slouched on my bed. Yeah, I'm really happy to be able to finally use it, even if I haven't been able to do everything else that I planned for. But it's nice. I'm happy with it.
Glass bottles or
Glass bottles are carton packs. Glass bottles I get. Thank you for the head pats. Yay! Don't mind me while I die a little bit. But no, I'd go with the glass ones because I get really paranoid. Thank you. So many head pads today. Oh, all the head pads. But yeah. Oh, even more. Great. Yeah, you can reuse the jars and I get paranoid with cartons. I don't even like cartons of milk. Well, I prefer them being in like the plastic jugs and the cartons because I get really paranoid. I'm getting just pet. I'm just getting pet beyond measure right now.
carton packs. Magnetic labels
Ooh.
or aesthetic stickers.
Magnets. I love magnets. Also, people who put stickers on their fridges are madmen. I don't understand why people would do that. I understand putting it on things like a laptop or like a water bottle, but fridge. Anyways, yeah, I love magnets. Magnets are great. If I could own 1,000,000 magnets, I honestly would.
Stickers.
Salty and crunchy. We're moving on to the snacks now. Yeah.
Pick your chips.
Ooh, hold on. Cheddar and sour cream or sweet and spicy honey. Two different brands, Lay's or Ruffles. I'm gonna have to go with Lay's on this one. I'm not the biggest fan of potato chips that are cheese flavored. It's weird. Also, sweet and spicy honey sounds really good. I don't know. That sounds really good. I also love sweet and spicy.
Cheetos cheddar jalapeno.
Uh,
Sour cream.
I'm gonna have to go with Pringles. I've never seen them in a bag before. I hate the taste of jalapeno. So I would not do that. But I've never seen Pringles in a bag before. That's so odd. I've always seen them in like tubes. Yeah, apparently they do. I didn't know that. I've only seen them in tubes. I've only ever been advertised in tubes. Also, I do love me a good sour cream and onion flavor. So,
Pringles crab or Doritos barbecue.
Doritos. I already picked out a Pringle. So
Salted nuts or
nuts. Can I say neither? I'm not the biggest fan of nuts, actually. Though if they were pistachios, I'd probably pick the pistachios. You choose these nuts? Yeah, exactly. I hate both of these options too. We can pick the middle option right here. The middle option. Or scrub sniffing the nuts.
trail mix.
Or like cereal. Yeah.
Cheese balls or crackers.
uh or I'm gonna go with cheese balls. I love cheeses, but God, I had cheese balls a while ago and they're so good. I love the taste of artificial cheese and I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. I love the taste of artificial cheese.
Fries or onion rings.
Fries. I'm not the biggest fan of onions. I also love plastic cheese. I had a burger for dinner tonight, and I had a fake American. I had an American cheese slice, which is pretty much fake cheese because that shit don't melt. Mozzarella sticks. I'm gonna go with popcorn chicken because I love popcorn chicken, and I'm honestly not the biggest fan of mozzarella sticks. You know, I'm not the biggest fan of them. I do love popcorn chicken though. Not tricky treat. It's not traitorous if it's not traitorous as you. I don't know. I don't know.
Popcorn chicken or mozzarella
I
sticks.
do love me some chicken though. I can't help it.
Rice crackers or seaweed crisps.
Oh. Which one do I want? I do like both of these options. Because I'm a big sucker for seaweed. I love seaweed, but I also love rice crackers. You know what? I'll go with the seaweed and salt chips because I like salt. I do love me some salt.
Garlic bread or cheesy toast.
Garlic bread. Is this saying that I don't like cheese? Pretty much. I love fake cheese. And I love garlic bread. It's weird though. I find the more that I talk about these things, I'm just not the biggest fan of dairy, it seems. Though I do love sour cream and cottage cheese, so maybe not.
Pizza chips or pizza bagel.
Pizza bagels, no doubt. Those things are so freaking good. I love pizza bagels. I was over at my friend Magpie's house the other day, and we went to the store and we bought some pizza bagels, and it was so good. I pretty much ate the whole plate. This just little, it's like little teeny tiny little bagels with little pizza toppings, like cheese and pepperoni. It says cheese and pepperoni, obviously, here, but it's so good. I got them at the superstore. Ooh, nice. What kind of pizza?
Hot Cheetos.
Hot Cheetos. I'm Hot Cheetos girl. Also, I miss this color of the bag. I still find it weird that they switched the bag to purple. All those flaming hot is purple now, and it freaks me out. I don't know why. You're boring. I'm sorry. Pepperoni and sausage? Ooh. I like heat. Okay, I like having my taste buds burnt off. I wouldn't eat Budok if I didn't like heat. Chili heat wave? If it was sweet chili heat Doritos, I would probably go with them. But Flamin' Hot Cheetos taste good. What are you talking about? Maybe I'm just a Cheetos girl. I do love Cheetos.
Or Doritos.
Nah, I like the regular cheese Doritos as well. Sweet snacks and dessert minis.
Pick your chocolate bar.
Ooh. Hershey's, because that purple brand is a little bit too sweet for me. Yeah. I don't know if you guys have had the purple brand, but I do like me a good Hershey's. I don't like the ice cream flavor, though. I don't like the ice cream flavors of chocolates, because they taste weird. You know? You haven't had the purple brand? Well, you're not really missing out on anything. It's just like you hate Hershey's. That's fair. Hi, Meta. Purple brand is insanely sweet. If I had to pick between these two, I would go with Hershey's. But if I had the ultimate choice, I had to go with Aero Bar. They are one of my favorite chocolate brands. I love Aero Bar. These go by so slow.
Brownies or cookies.
Ooh. Cadbury is the best chocolate? Yeah, they're pretty good, but my favorite is just Aero Bars. Ooh, or a coffee quiz. Or Kit Kats. Yeah, that's fine. Me personally, I have nothing against Hershey's. But if I had the ultimate choice, I'd probably pick, Arrow's mint chocolate. I will pick the brownies just as long as they don't have all these toppings. If they have to have all these toppings, I'm gonna go with the cookies. Yeah, I'm also digging the model. I've been so excited to use it. You know, literally 100 and what was it, like 150, almost $200. It's real good though. I love it. Really cheap model, not gonna lie.
Ice cream pint or Magnum bar.
Magnum nuts. I'm probably gonna go with Magnum bars because I'm not the biggest fan of just ice cream, especially not like strawberry ice cream. Also, this is Magnum Mini, so I could probably eat this more. Immediately the pint. You can have the pint. I'll take the Magnum Minis. As long as it's not a caramel flavor, I'm fine. I'm not the biggest fan of ice cream, so I'd rather have popsicles or freezies.
Pick your yogurt parfait.
Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of ice cream. I would not pick either. I'm probably gonna go with this berry one because I'm not the biggest fan of Oreos. You're learning a lot about me today. I don't like Oreos. I'm not the biggest fan of cookies and cream flavor, so I'm gonna go with the berry one. Because honestly, this berry one looks so freaking good. It looks so sweet. Hmm. He's so disappointed.
Chocolate-covered strawberries or Kit Kat Bite.
Mmm. This Kit Kat Bite says it's caramel flavor. I don't like caramel. And I'm a sucker for strawberry chocolate things. So honestly, even if this wasn't caramel, I probably would go with the strawberry chocolates. Yeah, I do have Kit Kats in my freezer right now, I think. But they're just regular Kit Kat flavors, not the caramel flavors. I don't like caramel. There's only like one caramel that I like, and it's like old people caramel. Those ones are good. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, those sound
Oreo
delicious.
Minis or pretzels.
Pretzels, because I don't like Oreos. These are like chocolate covered pretzels, though. Those look so freaking good. Oh, I do love me a good pretzel. And a chocolate covered pretzel is better than a normal pretzel. Have you guys ever had Wetzel's pretzels? They have amazing soft pretzels. I'm not gonna lie. You don't like pretzels? That's fair. I like salt. I like salty things. Yeah, you probably can. It just says pretzels, but I'm personally going with I would still go with pretzels even if it wasn't chocolate covered. I don't like Oreos. I'm just weird. I don't like cookies and cream flavored things. Um, I like I like them when they're like the thin ones. I like the thin Oreos. Those ones are nice.
Pudding cup or yogurt.
Pudding. I'm gonna go with the pudding. Yeah, pudding. It's like that one Supernatural clip that I hate. I would seek out just pretzels because I'm a weirdo. I love pretzels. I like soft pretzels. I like the hard pretzels. Yeah. I feel so bad. I also haven't had pudding in so long. I really want, maybe with my next paycheck. There's a strawberry cheesecake pudding. Oh my god, that sounds so good. Oh my god, that sounds so good. What the freak? I love cheesecake. Banana pudding's pretty good, yeah. I wouldn't be able to pinpoint what my favorite is. I love pudding.
Fruit jelly or fruit jelly.
Hi, Cosmic. Oh, I'm gonna have to go with neither of these. I actually really hate Jello. Okay. I don't think I'm ever gonna visit Australia because they got the scary spiders over there. But maybe one day. Ew. That sounds disgusting. Yeah, but I'm gonna have to go with neither of these. I actually despise Jello so much. It tastes good, don't get me wrong. It's a texture thing. I hate the texture of jellies and jellos and like I do try to eat jellos and stuff because they do taste good to me. I can't. The texture's awful. It's awful.
Cake or waffle.
Here comes the big breakfast decision. I am both a waffles and a pancake guy. I think I'm under the drawing. If I have some free time tonight, maybe tonight. but likely tomorrow at the latest, because I have been getting my energy back, because I haven't really been doing anything. Yeah, but, yeah, I'm probably gonna go with the pancake as well. I love pancakes. I like the way that I don't eat anything on top of my pancakes. I just eat them with my hands. uh, but yeah, I do love me a good pancake, and I do love me a good waffle. But I'd probably pick a pancake over a waffle, unless it was like a blueberry waffle. I love blueberry waffles. They're so good.
Nutella toast or peanut butter.
Yeah, I like um I like pancakes a lot because you can also make crepes out of pancakes. I love crepes. Yeah, Nutella pretty easy. I don't get me wrong, love peanut butter, but if I had the choice between a Nutella toast or a peanut butter toast, I'm gonna go with Nutella. I love chocolate so much. Besides, I prefer my peanut butter on celery.
Sandwich.
I love peanut butter on celery. Just like how I love Cheese Whiz on celery.
Banana bread.
If it is, yeah, it just said a peanut butter sandwich or peanut butter toast. If it was like peanut butter and sugar, maybe, or peanut butter and honey, I don't like French toast, actually. I actually don't like French toast. I'm gonna go with the banana bread, though. Out of these two options, I've never had a churro. Fun fact about me. But I do love banana bread. Never heard of peanut butter and celery? You ever had ants on a log before? That's peanut butter, celery, and raisins. It's really good. Ants on a log. Look it up. Yeah, I love banana bread. I always go a little bit feral for banana bread. It's like not big on. I'm big on celery because I'm a weirdo. Yeah, I love. Everyone's agreeing on banana bread. That's great. Banana bread's the single most best thing in the universe. I freaking love banana bread so much.
Or churros.
And again, I've never had a churro before, so I don't know if I like them or not.
Apple pie slice or cookie dough.
Apple pie. Well, that's cookies and cream cookie dough. And even if it was regular cookie dough, honestly, pie. Pie is pretty nummy. It's pretty nummy, actually. Mm-hmm. Uh, if it was strawberry rhubarb pie, I'd immediately go for that. That strawberry rhubarb pie is my favorite kind of pie ever. If you haven't had strawberry rhubarb pie, I suggest give it a try. If you don't like the more tart fruits, maybe not, because it is pretty tart. It's kind of sourish. That's why I like it. It's yummy. I love strawberry rhubarb pie.
Ice cream sandwich or popsicle.
Ooh, popsicle. Pie is lemon cream. That sounds nice. But yeah, I'm going to go with the popsicles. So it looks, I think I've had that brand of popsicles before. They're actually not that bad. And obviously I've had this brand of ice cream sandwiches too because I'm poor. But I do prefer popsicles over ice cream. Popsicles don't hurt my stomach. Cause, yeah. I'm not lactose intolerant, but for some reason, ice cream hurts my stomach. We've concluded that it's probably the heavy cream in the ice cream. Because my stomach doesn't hurt when I eat cheese. It doesn't hurt when I eat yogurt or yeah. It's just ice cream. So I prefer popsicles over ice cream any day. And I love fruit flavored things. I honestly love fruit. You know?
Marshmallows or cotton candy?
Ooh, cotton candy. I love pure sugar. Give me the pure sugar. The universe has been teasing me lately by showing me a bunch of cotton candy in stores, and I don't have any money to buy cotton candy, and they're the big tubs too. Like, I freaking love cotton candy so much. I become a menace. I get hyper so easily, but I love freaking love cotton candy so much. Well, those are good marshmallows. I've had marshmallows that look like that before, and they are so good. Yeah, peak or peak. These are both really good, but I would probably go for cotton candy before I went for marshmallows. I'm so glad I got me some water because I'm really talking a lot. We're only half an hour in, girl.
Mochi or caramel flan?
Ew, if it wasn't caramel flan, I'd go with the flan. So I'll go with the mochi. If it was just regular flan, not caramel flan. You hate, that's fair. That's honestly fair. There's only, flan is like an egg dessert. I don't know how to describe it. I really am not great at describing things, but I do like flan. I just don't like caramel. So, and it specifically says caramel flan. So I have to go with mochi. Which I don't hate mochi, it's just it is just another kind of ice cream. A lot of people like caramel. I always get odd looks when I say I don't like it. I only really like the old people caramel. Like the hard ones that you suck on. Yeah. I like the soft, like toffee ones. Here we go. That's so fair. Oh, he's both coffee. Neither. I'm not a coffee girl. I also love hard candy. Yeah, that's understandable. I didn't get the hype of it. Yeah, neither. I don't like coffee. Seems most people are leaning towards iced coffee, which is
Coffee or
understandable.
cold brew? Chocolate milk
Oh,
or strawberry?
that's a Kinder flavored. That's so real, Cosmic. I don't like the taste of coffee, but it's chock full of if it's chock full of sugar and creamer and milk, I'll drink it. I didn't know Kinder had a drink. That looks so freaking good. Fun fact about me, I actually really freaking love the Kinder brand. That's one of my favorite. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with the chocolate milk. I'm not the biggest fan of strawberry flavored drinks, so yeah, chocolate milk. Especially that looks so freaking good, man. I've never had that before, but if I find it, I'm gonna have to get it. Because if it tastes as good as their chocolates, I'm gonna be in heaven. I
Milk.
freaking love Kinder. Yeah, chocolate milkshake. That's what it says. Flavored milkshake.
Green tea or hot cocoa?
Oh, here comes the hard decision. Your left tastes a good strawberry milk? Here comes a hard one. Because I do love both of these. Ah, who am I kidding? I'm going with the green tea. I love tea. Who am I kidding? I'm not fooling anybody. I'm going with the green tea. Yeah, not a very hard decision. I was actually like so close to making myself tea before this stream, but I was like, nah, it's too much effort and it's too hot today. So, yeah, I'm gonna go. That looks. I think I've had this brand before. It's really good. Oh,
Smoothie or milkshake?
Mm-hmm. That's understandable. I love tea because I'm not. I don't know. I don't know where that addiction came from. I'm gonna go with the smoothie because I'm not the biggest fan of. I'm so sorry, but I'm not the biggest fan of milkshake. I'm so sorry. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna go with the smoothie. It's because milkshake usually have. I don't know. I just like smoothies. I like fruit flavored things. Okay, I'm a fruit kind of guy, and I'll say that a million times again. Hi, Murphy. Thank you. I'm really excited to finally be able to use it. And we're doing a this or that because I thought it would be fun.
Sparkling juice or
I'm gonna go with the Ramune. I love Ramune. I don't relate to any of you guys. I don't like milkshakes. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the soda as well because I don't like sparkling drinks. The only sparkling drinks I like is pop. So of course I'm gonna go with the pop. I don't understand how people could like if it's the soda or Mr. PB. I put Dr. Pepper. Yeah. This shows Ramune, but I'm pretty sure it can be any soda you want. I do like Ramune though. My favorite is the melon flavor. I love melons.
soda.
Coca-Cola or Sprite?
Why the accent? uh. mm. Yes, this is a hard decision. Okay, shut up. This is a hard decision for me because I have more rules. I don't like Sprite. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to go with the Coca-Cola. I prefer Pepsi. Yeah, I prefer Pepsi over Coca-Cola. Or if I have the chance, if I really have to, I like the off-brand, like Great Value, whatever the brand is, off-brand Coca-Cola. That stuff actually tastes better, in my opinion. And I'm not supporting a stupid company. Ooh, candies!
Sour Patch Kids or toxic
Moon pies. I don't think I've ever had a moon pie before. Cherry Coke is good. I'm not gonna lie. I love the cherry drinks. I love it when drinks like sodas are flavored different than the original flavor because it's yummy. It's yummy. You hate sour candy? Well, I think this whole is gonna be sour candy stuff. Either way, I'm gonna go with the Sour Patch Kids because toxic waste. Um, it's a nice candy, but it's not really enjoyable to eat. It doesn't taste that great. You're not missing out on anything much. You're not missing out on much, Tiny. It's really not the best candy. Sour Patch, I do like Sour Patch Kids though. They're pretty nummy. I love Sour Patch Kids. I could eat a whole bag of them. I have eaten a whole bag of them. Yeah, Warheads are pretty good, I'm not gonna lie.
waste. Branch lemon drops.
Yeah, no, see, Toxic Waste is not that great. I do love the Nerds Gummy Clusters. I'm a big fan of Nerds. I love Nerds. Literally eating them when I was over at Magpie's house the other day. The Nerds Gummy Clusters, I love them so much. They're so yummy. Lemon drops. I don't think I've ever had lemon drops, and if I have, it's been a while to the point where I forgot what they taste like. Though I do like the Nerds Gummy Clusters a lot.
Or Nerds Gummy Clusters.
Choose your mom.
Trolley sour gums or Peeler's fruit gums.
I don't like the peelers. I gotta try them. Yeah, they do look like they'd be good. Where's my fun fact? I got a thing of Lay's ketchup chips with me right now, and I got some Rockets as well. So I'm picking out snacks, so I'm surrounded by snacks. I'm a snack person. Wow. Yeah, trolling isn't bad. I don't like peelers. They give me. I've never had them, but they've always made me feel weird. I am a chip addict. Hello. I don't get them very often, but I do love chips. I don't get them often because I'm poor, by the way. I love how I've turned this like 9-minute videos into like over half an hour.
Watermelon Haribo or
Coca-Cola Haribo. I love the cola gummies. I love cola gummies so much. Too hard. Neither? That's understandable. Both. Both is a good option too. That's fair. I love Haribo. But it's mostly just their gummy colas that I like. I don't mind them. I like that they're a bit more stiff.
Coca-Cola Haribo.
Haribo! Hey! You didn't announce it. What the freak? Also, I'm going with peach rings. I love peaches so much, even in candy form. Peaches is the best thing to ever freaking exist. Did you know that I love peaches so much? Also, you can blame this newfound energy on the fact that I had beef today. Fruit roll-ups? Yeah, fruit roll-ups are pretty good. Little Caesars? Hot and ready. Yes, I do like Little Caesars. If you're talking about the pizza place, that is. But I don't think I've had this brand Kroger. But I love peach rings no matter what. Fuzzy peaches.
Strawberry fruit roll-up.
What the
or
freak?
peach rings.
What the freak?
Mango slices or pineapple bite.
Pineapples, I love the fruit that eats you back. It's the fruit that eats you back. That's quite the sentence, Tiny. Yeah, I'm gonna go with pineapple. My sister would go for the mango because she absolutely freaking loves mango, but I love pineapple. I love like the more sour fruits. Pineapple is so freaking good.
Fruit gummies or dried apricot.
Dried apricots are actually pretty good, but I'd rather fruit gummies. Maybe not this brand, but pineapple is also good on pizza. Yeah, I agree with that. I love a good Hawaiian pizza. The apricots are pretty good. I don't know. I might go with the apricots. I love dried apricots. Maybe. I don't know. This is what happens when I have to make a decision. Some decisions are easy, others not so much. Yeah, I might go with dried apricots. It's been a while since I've had them, but I might go for those. I do like them.
Berry mix cup or watermelon gummy mix.
Give me the berries. I love me fruits. That looks a lot more refreshing than the gummy mix. I don't know. That, yeah, you don't, yeah, that, apparently I can't talk because I've been talking too much. Fruit gummies. Not fruit gummies. Oh my goodness! Hi, Dwago! Welcome in. Yes, I am everyone's favorite angel. Comfort foods.
Instant ramen or MaxCanz.
If it's the budak, I'm going with the budak. If it's the budak, I'm going with the budak. I freaking love, especially the cream carbonara flavor. That's my favorite flavor. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Yeah, probably if it's this specific one, I'm going with this one. I freaking love the cream carbonara flavor for budak. It's my favorite one. Mac and cheesy. I do like mac and cheese though. Kraft dinner is one of my favorites.
Pancake cereal or French toast.
Okay, hear me out. I've had pancake cereal before. It's not that bad. Also, I don't like French toast. So I'm going with the pancake. Pancake cereal. It's not that bad. It's like cookie cereal, which is also not bad. You know? It's not bad. Trust me. Hold on, I'm eating another chip. Oh. Oh. Num 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 num.
Burger or hot dog.
Hot dog. French toast with homemade. Mm. I just don't like French toast, even if it's homemade. I'm going with the hot dog. I feel like a hot dog. Every so often I'll quote that because it's true. Hot dogs are just easy to eat for me. Ugh. Chili dog like Sonic.
CHESE or cheeseburger macaroni.
Ham and CHEESE. Oh man. Okay, no, this one. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, I do love him, but this is this hit off for you. Okay, that's understandable. You don't have to be an active participant. You don't have to pick anything. Your mom makes it homemade? That's nice. Sometimes we make it homemade too. We don't actually get the hamburger helper very often. I think though, I'm gonna go with the croissant ham and cheese. That looks really good. I love good ham and cheese.
Pepperoni pizza or steamed dumpling.
Pepperoni pizza, I don't like dumplings. Easy, I don't like dumplings. I'm gonna go with pizza. Oh yeah, I have rockets. I was just eating them, but I forgot that I had them. Never had dumplings. Some people really like them. I don't like them. You can't really ask me if they're good or not because I'm just gonna rag on them. Ugh. 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 Okay. Yeah, that's my choice. I'm going with pizza.
Spring rolls or noodles.
rolls. I don't like spring rolls. Listen, I have a weird thing. Okay? Wait, I'm going with the nose. I don't think I've ever had this brand. But if it's not just this brand, I'm gonna go with the noodles. Yeah, spring roll's popular choice around here. Not for me.
Sandwich toast or toaster grills.
What's the difference? What? Is this just like, what sandwich toast? Is that just like bread? What? This one is self-explanatory, I think. It's like a pre-made, grilled cheese that you put in the toaster? I don't get these. What are these? Yeah. The difference is the one has cheese, the other one doesn't. I don't know what these are. I've never seen these in my life. I would not be able to pick. Because I don't know, they're just bread. One just has cheese. What is this? Yeah, just make grilled cheeses.
Pick your seafood.
Sushi. Ah, I really want sushi. Ah. Also, I don't like shrimp. That sushi looks really good though. That one's got like avocado. That one's got, I don't know, but they look good. I don't like shrimp, so I'm gonna go with the this is, yeah, sushi is so freaking good. It's such a great little snack. Chicken nuggets, fish nuggets make me feel weird. I don't think a fish should be in that form. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah, I'd also, if I would eat 3 pounds of sushi if I could. Uh, A fish nugget is exactly what you see on screen. It's like a chicken nugget, but instead of chicken, it's fish. And they serve it with tartar sauce. Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of cooked fish though, so I probably wouldn't go for it. It's not as gross as it sounds, Cosmic. It's basically just fried fish. Um, but I don't like cooked fish, so I wouldn't go for it. That's understandable. Yeah,
Nuggets or fish nuggets.
nugget, popcorn, shrimp,
Lasagna
spaghetti, all the way. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Spaghetti. You don't even have to have any sauce on it. I love spaghetti. Of course. Kanye's going the Garfield route. Uh, Garfunkel. Yeah.
or spaghetti.
I make your because lasagna is perfect. Yeah. I did what?
Did we mock?
And that's the end of that. Almost an hour in, and we finished this 9-minute video. 9-minute video. I kind of want to do another one. These are really fun to me. Obviously, they're fun to me. Oh, this is a would you rather. Ooh, let's do a would you rather. You know when you're having fun when, yeah.
Welcome. It's time for the ultimate Would You Rather challenge.
Yay!
80 of the hardest choices ever.
We're not doing the time limit thing because and the audience participation, obviously.
2 options, 1 choice. Are you ready?
Yes.
Let's get started. Would you rather step on tack or Lego?
I've stepped on a tack before. Not that bad. I honestly didn't even notice it. So I think I'd rather step on a tack. I only noticed it when I had to pull it out of my foot. This is when I was a kid, by the way. Lego, you'd rather not bleed? Would you rather step on a leg? I don't know. Like this is a bunch of different ones. So maybe we'll get a question like that in here. This is just like generic. Would you rather? I'm the only one who would step on a tack. It would seem. I wouldn't mind stepping on a tack. I don't like stepping on Legos. It's too much surface pressure.
Ouch, both hurts.
Yes, both does hurt, but I think the Lego hurts more. I also stepped on a nail once. Well, not a nail, I stepped on a tack. So it'd be beneficial. No, don't throw away the Legos. It's AGR's song. You can't do that. Nah, I'm just joking.
Would you rather get $10,000 or save a puppy?
Who's evil here? Verified Lego hater. I don't know. 10,000 is a lot of money. Yeah, that's understandable that it would be painful. You stepped on a nail. 10 grand, you'll buy 2 puppies. Yeah, and this puppy doesn't seem like it's an immediate danger. It could just step off the tracks if it wants to. It already looks like it has an owner as well. The owner's not doing its job. If it was an immediate danger, I'd probably try to save it. But honestly, I don't know. I I'd probably I might save the dog. I wouldn't keep the dog. I'd try to find his owners if it has owners, and if not, I'd have to give it to um not a not a pound. I'd give it to some sort of place that would keep him safe. I'm not a dog person. They're too energetic for me, which is why I own a cat. But I would say the dog. 10 grand is a lot, but I don't know.
Would you rather talk like a parrot or walk like a penguin?
I already walk like a penguin, if you know what I mean. Why would I give the dog to its owners? Because it's their dog and I'm not a dog person. I wouldn't steal someone else's dog. Yeah, but I wouldn't mind I wouldn't mind walking like a penguin. You just waddle everywhere. It's not like I need to get anywhere fast anyways. If I do need to get anywhere fast, I'd just take the bus. Or leave earlier, you know? Plus, if I could walk like a penguin, I thought, we can be like the Gotham City. Yes.
Would you rather fart bubbles or sneeze glitters?
Sneeze glitters. I don't want anyone to know when I do this first one here. Sure. Sneezing glitter would be annoying to clean up. Plus side, everything would be sparkly. Plus, I usually sneeze into my elbow anyways, so it would just be my elbow that would be glittery. Mostly. Sometimes I do sneeze without covering up, but I mostly do. Yeah, that would be funny. I wouldn't want the first one though. That looks awful, by the way. Just really letting it rip. No, I literally wouldn't mind sneezing glitter. I literally wouldn't. Like, I literally wouldn't mind sneezing glitter. I'm not the biggest glitter fan, but I literally wouldn't mind it. It's not that big of an inconvenience to me personally.
Would you rather have fingers as long as spaghetti?
I
or
already
toes
do.
As big as watermelons.
Joke's on you, I don't sneeze on my cats. If I do feel like a sneeze coming on and there's a cat around, I'm gonna turn away from the cat and sneeze into my elbow, because you're supposed to sneeze into your elbows. But yeah, I wouldn't mind having fingers that are long. You could just reach underneath places better. Also, that is not as long as spaghetti. Long fingers for basketball reasons. Not for any other reasons. You know? No, I would have long fingers. It would literally help me reach places better, like underneath tables and stuff. Plus, if I have longer fingers scratching my back, I could already reach it further on my back, but it would just make it easier. Like, come on. If I got this big toe one, I'd have a hard time with shoes. Yeah. Everyone picks fingers. Long fingers it is.
Be bitten by a snake or eat a
Oh,
huge live spider.
no, give me the snake. I'm not pausing this one.
Would you rather lose
Okay. You guys can answer that last one now. I'm going with the snake. I'd rather snakes. I don't have the I also hate spiders. That's why I let that one play, and I didn't look at the screen because spiders are ugly and gross. I have really bad arachnophobia, so. Ugh. Now, out of these two, I'd rather lose my phone. Yeah, I'd rather lose my phone. Because your wallet, that has like your ID and stuff in there. And yeah, I think I'd rather lose my wallet. No, not my wallet, my phone. Sorry, I was thinking about the wallet and I was like, I'd rather lose my phone all the way. Besides, it doesn't mean lose it. It doesn't say lose it forever. You can pretty easily find your phone if you have someone call it. I wouldn't want to lose my wallet ever. That's so fair, Tiny.
Would you like to fight Godzilla or fight King Kong?
Give me 10 minutes with Godzilla and I'll make him pregnant. Listen, okay? I'd I don't have an excuse for what I just said, okay? You gotta hear me. I kind of yeah, I have no excuse that I just said that because I mean look at him. I could. This is what happens when I have energy, by the way.
rather live on the
Ooh. Give me to Mars. Give me to Mars. Fight Godzilla though, you want to see the beams and stuff? Yeah, that's fair. It doesn't like I would love to live on the moon for a week, but if I had the chance to set foot on Mars, I would. Like, what do you mean? Mars? That's further away than the moon is. I'd be even further away from Earth.
moon for a week or set foot on Mars?
Set foot on your mom. Got him. That's so true. I'd also live on
Would you
Mars.
lick a public toilet seat?
See, that's one we can go neither on. Show your family search history. I don't have anything to hide. I really don't have anything to hide. I'd show my search history. I don't have anything to hide. Literally, all I search up is pit crew. And you know what? That's about it. I only really use the search web for pit crew. Oh, and art fight and Twitch. But other than that, I got nothing to hide. Your family would disown you. You'd show your history? Yeah. Like, even if I did have anything inappropriate, they wouldn't care. I mean, they'd probably make fun of me, but they wouldn't care. I'm an adult. I'm 23. If I did have anything inappropriate, they wouldn't care. They'd pretend to act scandalous, but I'm 23. I could literally show you guys my search history right now. I'm not getting banned. I don't have anything to hide. Yeah, I'm not burning down my house. It's the only place I
Would you
live.
show your family your search history or set your house on fire?
I wouldn't have anywhere else to live.
Would you rather eat this cricket or drink a sour milk?
Eat a cricket. I'm not gonna get sick off that milk. I'd rather eat the cricket. It won't make me sick like sour milk will. People eat bugs. They eat bugs all the time. In some places, it's a delicacy. I don't know which places. But yeah, I'd rather eat the cricket than drink milk. Drink sour milk. I like drinking milk, just not sour milk, because that means it's bad. Yeah. Yeah.
Pee your pants in public or poo your pants in private?
This one, because I can easily clean it up. This one's far less embarrassing than this one. Because this is in private, and you can easily clean this one up. I mean, you can easily clean this one up too, but you're in public. And like, this is gonna happen. This is gonna happen to everybody. Why, one point. Yeah. Yeah, well, that seems like the consensus. Because like with this one, you can clean up right away. This one, you're gonna have to wait till you get home. This one's not gonna be comfortable. No, I'd just burn myself. I'd pour gasoline on myself and I'd just die. If this one happened. Meanwhile, in the comfort of my own home, far less embarrassing.
Would you rather embarrass yourself in front of your crush or in front of your teacher?
Well, my crush is fictional, so I guess I'd rather embarrass myself in front of my fictional crush. I have a fictional crush, and he's my fictional fiance. And I'd rather embarrass myself in front of him than in a classroom setting. where it would not do me any good mental wise. You'll never be able to guess who my fictional crush is. Never in a million years. It's totally not obvious at all. It's not obvious in any way. No, no. I don't know what you're talking about. My crush is not at all obvious. I gotta get myself small again. Yeah, he would. He'd be like, "What are you doing?" Like you'd feel embarrassed, but he wouldn't make you feel embarrassed. You know, he'd be like, "That's an interesting way of doing that thing," and then he'd go on about his day because he's an angel and he doesn't understand. I'd make him understand humans. I would. Okay.
Would you rather find true love today or
I already found my true love. Give me money! You see, that's fair. I'm in a unique situation where I can do that because my crush is fictional. I'm in that unique situation because my crush is fictional. But give me money. I already found true love and it's Castiel. Yeah, because if you find true love, Tiny, you could just move to Alaska like you want to. Or you could move to Point Pleasant for a little bit, and then we can go hunt Mothman, and then we could move to Alaska. Why is this fan not working? Why are you a horrible fan? You're not good at fooling me off.
win the lottery next year?
It's because I'm thinking about Castiel. I'm joking. Sort of.
Would you rather bite your tongue or have your lip burst?
I've done both of these. Biting your tongue hurts worse, I think. Your ultimate goal is to go to Point Pleasant and hunt Mothman with me. Yeah. Listen to ASMR to sleep. I mean, a lot of people listen to ASMR to sleep. I'm one of those people, but to be fair, I also, but a lot of people listen to ASMR. So, yeah, I think I'd rather this one because then that shows how manly I am. That's not the point of a would you rather. You have to pick one or the other, unless it's a would you rather do this or subscribe to my channel. Don't do that one. I think I'd rather burst a lip. Because here's the thing. If I bite my tongue, I'm gonna get a sore, which is gonna last longer than the bit tongue. And then with that first lip, that won't happen.
Win a huge jackpot and lose all your friends or keep your close people but be
This first one's already true for me. I'm gonna stay this way. I love my friends so much, and I wouldn't want to lose them over money. I want to keep my friends because I love them.
very poor.
Uh, oh, yeah. I'm a big friends person. I like my friends. Oh, it was just lagging, I guess.
Would you rather spoil every food you
I'm your close friend. You can consider me a close friend, okay? What do you mean? I'm your friend, Cosmic. You got you. You guys are all my friends. Reverse parasocialism. Instead of people being parasocial with me, I'm parasocial with my viewers. Hashtag gangling. Oh, then we're all on the same page. We'd rather keep close friends than get a bunch of money. I think I'd rather do this one because I pretty much do this anyways. And if I had spoiled every food I touch, I would never eat ever again.
Food you touch, or spoil every conversation you join.
This is called being socially awkward.
Would you rather live in a world
Money wouldn't buy you Mothman hunting. This is going to be controversial. I'm going to live in a world where there are no dogs. I love cats so freaking much. And if I lived in a world without cats, that means I wouldn't have my cat, and I love my cat, and I would rather die than not have my cat. So, yeah, I'd rather live in a world with no dogs. What the freak just happened? Yeah? Oh, well, live in a world with no dogs? Yeah. I love cats. Dogs are good. Don't get me wrong. I don't hate dogs. I just have a cat. And I'd rather die than live without her. True story. True story. I
where
love
there
her
are
so
no
much.
dogs, or world where there are no cats? Would you rather sleep without a pillow?
I already sleep without a pillow, so. Yeah, neither of these options are too bad. But I do need a blanket because it gets freaking cold sometimes. My body cannot handle that, so I don't mind sleeping without a pillow. It doesn't say forever. It just says for one night. I'm gonna assume it means just one night. And see, that's fair. You already win this challenge. It's not a challenge, but you already win. You win, Tiny. You win at this game.
Or sleep without a blanket?
Yeah, no pillow.
Would you rather travel to the past or see the future?
I want to go see Cowboys. I want to go see Cowboys. I'm afraid of the future. I want to go see Cowboys. Let me go see Cowboys. I want to go see a cowboy. Take me to the Old West. Teacher, CP. Oh no, I know what we do. I don't think if listen, I want to go see Cowboys. I don't want to see the future. If I get to see, I mean, I already see Cowboys all the time. Um, in my province, but I want to see like old Western Cowboys. I want to go see the Old West and then see old towns. I don't drink, but I'd want to go see a saloon, and I'd want to see a cowboy shoot another cowboy in the middle of the street when it's high noon. I want to go see cowboys. And I want to see a cowboy make out with a pirate because they both existed at the same time. Fun
Would you
fact.
rather have a rewind button or pause button in your life?
Hmm. Hmm. Why is this one so hard for me? Why is this the one that's stumping me? I think I'd maybe want a pause button. Cause I can live. I think I'd probably go with the pause button. Yeah. Yeah. Pause button sounds pretty radical. I'm not gonna lie.
Choose just one. Would you snack on Doritos or snack on Lay's?
Well, I'm snacking on Lay's right now, so maybe Lay's. Yeah. We both at the same time. I'd probably go with Lay's, yeah. Uh-huh. I love floating vinegar.
Would you rather eat
Neither.
only strawberry ice cream or mint chocolate?
Actually, that's a lie. I do love me some mint chocolate ice cream. I can't eat a lot of it, but it is good. I'm dancing to nothing. Yeah, mint chocolate is pretty tasty.
Chip flavored ice cream. Would you rather eat 10 spoonfuls of salt?
Salt. I already pretty much do that anyway. I need the sodium, so I'd rather eat 10 spoonfuls. I mean, come on. Give me the salt. Hmm, that sounds good.
Or a
Pepper,
ghost pepper?
salt.
Would you choose never eat ice cream?
Never eating
again
ice
or
cream.
Give up chicken nuggets?
Not hard for me. This is not a hard decision for me. I would never eat ice cream again. But just as ice cream, I was gonna say anything about frozen yogurt, which I actually do love frozen yogurt, by the way. I feel like I'm the only one who'd give up ice cream, I'm not gonna lie. I always get chicken strips are pretty good. Wow, 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 wow. You give me the chicken strips, and I'll give you the ice cream, Penny. That's how this trade goes. Obviously, that's how this has to go. Because I don't like ice cream. You don't like chicken nuggets. So we obviously have to do a trade. Obviously. That's obviously how this has to go. Gonna go play PV.
Would
Okay,
you rather
that's
never
fun.
listen to music again or never watch a movie?
Question of reading type and read really penalty. I read that it's breeding type. I was confused. You said breeding type. Also, I'd never watch a movie again. I kind of need music to survive. Mm, but only after I've seen the Spider-Man movie, okay? Only after I've seen both the Spider-Man movies, okay, actually? It would probably, not. You wouldn't get any music. I don't know. I have been seeing a lot more movies recently, so there's a lot more movies that I'm interested in seeing. So I'd probably give up movies, yeah. Let's, uh, yeah, I like music. I probably would never see a movie again. And besides, it's not like you can't just watch a recap of the movie, right? You can watch a recap of the movie and be like basically get it that way.
Would you prefer to team up with
Yeah.
Wonder Woman or Captain Marvel?
Give me Wonder Woman. Give me Wonder Woman. She would protect me. She would hold me and she would protect me. I love Wonder Woman. She's great. She would protect me. She would use that lasso of hers. Oh man, I love Wonder Woman. I don't know much about her, but I love her. Captain Marvel, I don't think she's Marvel. Unless she is, and that's a weird name to give a superhero. I don't know much about Captain Marvel, but I know more about Wonder Woman than I do. Of course she's Marvel. Uh, let me look this up real quick. Captain Marvel. I didn't spell Captain right, but that's fine. Yeah, she was. I don't know. I didn't know she was in. I watch Marvel movies, but I don't remember anything about them because they're not Spider-Man movies. Yeah, Wonder Woman's great. We love Wonder Woman.
What will you choose? Would you rather always feel too cold?
Mm, um, as much as I like being warm, being too hot would probably incapacitate me. Like I like being warm and everything. Like the heat does have a way of getting to me, so I'd probably always want to feel always cold. I mean, I kind of already do anyways. So, um, I mean, not right now. I'm really sweating up a storm here, but listen, I don't want to finish this video. I want to go play Roblox. We're an hour and a half in, and I want to play Roblox. I don't want to finish this video. No one says that I have to. We're gonna make that really pixely. Okay, we're gonna make that really pixely, and I'm gonna pick out a. That's Discord. I'm gonna pick out a Roblox game because I wanna. I wanna play Roblox so bad. I want to. I'm gonna pick out a Roblox game. Give me a minute. Let's do that. Let's put that down. Let's put full blocks up in this biz. And then we're gonna start gaming. Let me just switch my category to some bow blocks. Bow blocks, bow blocks. And then I'm gonna try and attempt to play that game that I downloaded. But if not, we could try something else. Cause I don't know. Listen, I'm gonna do dinosaur arms for this. We game, we do the dinosaur arms. Okay, that's how this works. I kind of want to try this Home Alone anomaly. I kind of want to try that one out. Did I turn my volume all the way off? Why is it so freaking quiet? There we go. Turn my volume just a little bit up on OBS. Okay. One player. Me, I'm the player. Why is my game lagging? Why does Roblox... I go on here and then I die immediately. What is this? Home Alone. Nominomenos. Boy, does my gut hurt.
I have to leave for the night. I'll be back at 6 a.m. You'll be okay.
6
I
a.m.?
left chores on the board. You need to earn your allowance money before I get home.
Like
If
Five Nights at
someone
Freddy's?
knocks, don't open right away. Look through the front door glass. Check the cameras on your laptop. Listen to what they are saying. Help the people who really need it, and you'll earn your allowance money.
Is this like...
Let the wrong ones in,
and you die?
and you'll know. If something doesn't look or sound right, turn off the porch light and they'll leave.
Mm-hmm.
Have a good night. Take care of the house.
That have a good night was so malicious sounding.
I'm here to fix the leaking bath faucet.
I'm here...
Can't tell me about that.
I just go where the work order sends me. Open the door and I'll get it fixed real quick.
I don't know. I don't think he's a
Hello? I got a work order for this house.
I don't know. My parents didn't tell me about him.
Fine, enjoy the dripping den.
Listen, man, my parents didn't tell me about, and there's anomalies everywhere. So, what are my chores? What do I have to do? Make some coffee. Okay. Why is that a chore I have to do? I don't understand. Just the heat. We're just in the heat, buddy. Anomalies is more like your momalies. What are the plans?
I'm trying to find my daughter's house.
I don't think this is the right one.
Oh dear, could you open up? I can't hear you so well through the door.
Thank
Thank you. I'm looking for Karen McLeod's house.
Oh, you're lucky. That's just next door.
Oh, well, that's not my best moment. Sorry for bothering you.
He's
Thank you
nice.
for helping me.
So not everyone who comes to my door is an anomaly if they're not on the list, but I didn't trust that, where is... Do I have to do the dishes? I guess I do. Do I have to do them one by one? Oh my god. This is torture. What did I do to deserve this? Okay! I don't know what that was.
We got a report about smoke. A neighbor reported smoke coming from your oven. Open the door. I need to check it myself. Stay back for me. Yep, there's smoke.
How did that happen?
Stay back.
How? I wasn't even using the stove.
You're lucky someone called it in early.
Maybe it was the old man. Where's my room? Why can't I run? I guess this is my... This is obviously my room. Press... Press to put it away. Press? I haven't reported to me. No, I wouldn't recommend it. I'd burn everything I touch. Now, how do I water these plants? Do I just walk up to them and press what?
Yo, I'm doing a late night stream challenge. I need people for content.
You want me to be in your stream?
Yeah, open up for a sec. Chat wants to meet you. Alright, chat, we're out. That was kinda mid.
I want that guy to die. I need that guy to not live. Where's the watering? Oh, it's right here. Damn, this is a... Yeah, he needs to play in traffic, for sure. 100%. Doody-doo-doo. I think my parents are trying to kill me. There's so many plants in this house. What, this is not a plant that I need to water? Okay. Doody-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. So I need to survive until 6 a.m.
Hey, open up. There's a party tonight.
A party?
Yeah, you should come.
I don't think I can.
Come on. Don't be boring.
Listen, I know she's an anomaly, but...
I'll give you the address.
Because her voice is echoey and she's all... listen, girl,
Fine. Have fun staying home alone all
don't
night.
worry, I'm never gonna talk to chat like that. Only ironically, and if I start doing that, you guys are allowed to tase me. I'll set up a shock collar when I have the mic to afford it. And I will never stoop to that level of streamerness. You guys are always known as gang-a-lang in my hearts. In my heart of hearts. What happened here? What happened here?
It's Puppy07?
Who?
You really don't remember my voice?
No,
We played that two-player obby last month.
I don't remember that.
I do. You were nice to me. Open up. One quick obby, then I'll leave.
You were like 50.
You could have just said no.
I'm not letting a weird random stranger who said they met me on Roblox into my house. I'm assuming it was Roblox if he said two-player obby. I don't know. Friggin' loser. Someone called Quincy answer. That's... oh, it's bread. Nom 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 nom. I need to clean that up. How do I clean up these? Num 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 num. That's my num. Hello?
Can I help you?
Your camera is pointing at my house.
No, it's pointing at our car.
Open the door now. We need to
Open
talk
the
about
door. Open the door. Can I just ignore you? Open the door. Listen, lady, I'm trying to clean up my house here, so if you could, politely get off my porch. Because I have a feeling that if I turn the lights off...
Unbelievable. I'll handle it myself.
Are you gonna take down the camera? You better not do that. Or you're gonna call the police. How do I clean up this mess? Do I need a cloth? But where do I get... Huh? 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 When that happens, oh god, mom and dad are gonna kill me. Oh no! Where's the black? Oh.
We started emergency water work on your street tonight.
Okay.
Your water's probably running brown by now.
Seriously?
Yeah, go check. I have a notice with the details if you can open the door.
Oh, my water is running brown.
Sorry for the inconvenience. Have a good night.
What else do I need to do? Clean my parents' room. Okay. Why is everything decaying? Who am I not? Do I have to open the door for those ugly people? What the freak? Why do I have to clean my parents' room? Why can't they do this? Why can't they do this? Oh, spider webs in the house.
Jess?
I'm not Jess.
Oh, sorry. I'm lost.
Do you need help?
My phone died. Can I borrow yours?
Oh, frick, it's the Karen. Jesus Christ. Should I help her? I don't know, I feel kind of bad if I won't.
Sorry, I really thought you were Jess.
It's okay. I'll get my phone.
Ew, spider webs! I can't believe that Karen actually scared me. What the freak? I wish I could run. Here, lady, call your friend. You seem drunk.
You seriously saved me tonight.
She seemed drunk or on drugs. Either way, not my place to judge her. Though it was my place to judge the stupid, streamer guy. Now, where is this last spider web? Is it in my bedroom? No, it's in my parents' bed. That's fine. She didn't steal my phone if I hear, see? Wi-Fi code. House 45. Num, 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 num. Clean my room again? Oh my god, who is it?
Anybody there? I ain't looking for. You got any food in there? I haven't eaten in 2 days.
Hold on, I gotta make.
Don't ignore me, please.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna ignore you. I'm just seeing if. Listen, okay, I'll get you some food, okay? Listen, I'll get you some food.
Thank you for opening. That's kind of you. Could you please bless you? I won't forget this.
You're, yeah, okay. Cowboy. Anyone who has that accent is a cowboy. It doesn't matter. Why do I always mess up? Why is it so messy? Why don't I put the crowns in the crown box that I have? Why am I just shoving them into my... What's it called? Why am I just shoving the crowns into the box when I have... Did I miss a jump scare? What? Well, we got 3 more hours left to survive.
My boyfriend just broke up with me.
What do
I'm a mess right now. Could I use the tissues in your bathroom?
Why can't you use the tissues in your own bathroom, girl?
Please, don't leave. I don't want to be alone.
Hey, yeah. Listen, girl. You don't go to some stranger's house.
Never get dumped.
You don't go to some stranger's house and be like, I want your tissues. I'm not evil. My boyfriend dumped me. You're a stranger. Let me use your tissues. Yeah, this game's not bad. It's not that bad. I just wish there was footstep sounds. It's kind of unsettling that there wasn't any footstep sounds. You think everybody in this neighborhood is dealing with anomaly stuff, and they're like, yeah, this is just how it goes. You know? This is just how life is like. Oh my god.
Hello? My black cat got out. I saw her in your parents' bedroom through the window. In their room? Yeah, can you get her? Her name is Luna. Please don't ignore me. I just want my cat.
I just want my cat. There she is. Yeah, I'll open up the door for you. Don't worry, I got you.
Thank you. Can you go get Luna for me?
I'll get your cat, girl. Don't fight me. Why am I just holding your cat like this? So yeah, I got your cat.
Thank you for getting her back.
Why are you holding your cat like that? No wonder she ran away. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, you can kill me now. Actually, I regret saying that. I'm gonna end the stream. Oh my god. Oh, I need to be off the internet. Only other task? Make more coffee? Okay. Beans!
Open the door, please. We're searching the neighborhood for an escaped prisoner. He was seen nearby about an hour ago.
What should I do?
Open the door. I need to check around your house to make sure he's not hiding here. We're looking for someone dangerous. Close it, now.
Why are you acting like this?
Because they're right outside.
You're not
What?
a cop.
Smart kid. Keep quiet and stay out of my way.
What?
They're getting closer. don't tell anyone I was here, for your sake.
Who's coming? My house is a mess, thanks to you. Soak the water. Pink out mop, yeah. Listen, he told me to stay out of his way. I just needed to do my tasks, okay? Bam, 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 bam. Who is this?
Really need to use your bathroom. Please, I'll be quick. Come on, man. I'm dying out here.
Oh. Yeah, I think you're the Grim Reaper, and I'm not done my chores yet.
Find a bush or something.
I'm not done my chores yet. You can come back later when I'm done my chores, Mr. Grim Reaper. Doody-doo-doo. Who's gonna be the next person that comes to my door? And is there any nominees or anything? That's nominees.
I'm practicing for a recital tomorrow. I need one more person to watch my choreography.
Right now?
Please, I just need a little space to dance. You could have at least watched one dance.
Girl, you were dancing in the camera. I think I saw enough. Good routine, though. It needs a little less jumping, I think. But it is ballet, so what am I talking about? Ew! Who came in the seat? What the freak? What? Clean the parents' room. Again? They're not even here. Why are they messy and they're not even here? No, I have no filter. Not today. Not on debut day. Oh my god.
Hey, are you awake?
Are you my best friend?
Math homework due tomorrow. I'm stuck on question 7. Can you open the door so we can compare what we have? I've been stuck on question 7 for an hour.
Dude, okay. It's just...
Thanks. I got 34.
I got 67.
Okay, you can die.
One of us is very wrong. Okay. I'll redo it and text you the answer.
What am I doing? No, we're not doing that. It's God. Oh, hey, look, an hour till I survive, hopefully. I don't know. My parents are probably gonna come home and kill me because the house is a mess, but I'm doing my best to keep it clean. All these anomalies and the Karens and I can jump on my parents' bed. Cool. Wowie zowie. Spider webs, oh my god. It's not like, yeah, exactly. Maybe it's one of those teachers where they have to... Hold on, I'm coming, I'm just cleaning up...
For a long time. Sorry to bother you. I'm not feeling great.
Are you okay?
I just got really dizzy.
Me too, girl.
Can I rest in your bed for a few minutes?
Normally I said yes, but your camera, your head's not doing good.
Right. I'll try to find somewhere else to rest.
I'm sorry, Myth Anomaly Lady. I would, but my health is already pretty not decapitated. Dilapidated. Yes. So I can't make any more mistakes. Look, I'm almost done. I've survived. Decapitated. The house is decapitated. It got no head. Breaks skateboard. What happened to the...
Help with something important.
What happened to this pizza that was supposed to come?
Say it through the door. Why not? Because it's private. Just open up for a second. It's urgent.
Okay, sure.
Finally. What's the Wi-Fi password?
He's trying to mooch.
Important thing?
He's trying to mooch off our Wi-Fi.
Right before the ending.
House.
Fine, I'll get it. I think it's written on a piece of paper in my room.
Why do you have the Wi-Fi password? Why do I have the Wi-Fi password in my room? Do I forget it that easily? Okay, whatever. Doody-doo-doo. Doody-doo-doo. I'm watering the... Oh! I survived! It's 6 a.m.
I'm home. Look at you. You made it. The house looks good. You got the allowance money too.
Oh!
Here. You earned this.
I got a little bit more than I was expecting to. You survived the night! Yeah! Okay, that half the game was like AI. You could tell right here. Let me leave! Let me leave! Do-dee-doo-doo-doo-doo. That's what Gurr sounds like, because he's Invader Gurr. Let me... Please close. Oh, what the freak? It's all the way down here now. Yeah, it's... I can't, I have no choice but to play a lot of Roblox. Literally. Otherwise, I wouldn't do anything else on streams. Oh, what's the freaking TV? Minesweeper. I don't know how to do Minesweeper. Do 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 do. Experience abstraction. It's fun. Mm. I don't want to play anything too scary, which there are some... No, it wasn't a bad game. It was kind of fun. My only gripe is that I didn't have any walking sounds, so it was weird. To me, anyways. Um... Okay. I see. I misunderstood. Guys. Mega ramp for slime. mega ramp for slime. I actually hate slime, which is why I'm not playing that game, and I'm playing this game instead. I actually hate slime so much. It's like the Jello situation. It's like this. It sucks. Where?
Is ready to depart.
Your mom's ready to depart.
Stand clear of the doors.
Ta-da! Boink. I might end up playing Peak later if some people would be willing to join. Wink, wink, wonk, wonk. Hell rail. Rail bells, hell's mills. You'd be down? Cool, we gotta put it in the mood down. Whoa, whoa, what do I look like? What, hold on. Wanted. God, you... Stop? I think that was a One Piece thing, but I know nothing about One Piece. You played this one with Merp? Was it good? Is it worth my time? Let's see. Welcome to your shift, bartender. Do not open the door excessively. Do not leave the door open, no matter what sounds you are coming up. Certain customers cannot be served. Close the counters immediately. If the doctor arrives, serve and take the suitcase she hands you. Do not open it under any circumstance. Remain calm and try not to anger the observer. Keep the insects by using the light buttons. How do I open it? Oh, right here.
Let's start with the basics. Get me a coffee and a cookie.
Coming up.
Power's gone. Go fix the lever outside.
Why is it on the outside? Hold on. The wind is blowing at my eyes and now I can't see because my eyes hurt from the tears. I'm blind right now.
Wind up the puppet at camera 2. Don't forget to wind it during the shift.
A puppet? What is this, Five Nights at Freddy's?
That's it. Try not to die. Joking.
You're not joking. Alright, well, start my job. La 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 la. La 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 la. I'm a bartender, la la. This was a cute little thingy.
You look miserable, son. You wouldn't have that face of yours in the barracks.
All right.
At ease, son. Pour me some water, and as quickly as you can.
1 minute.
He's getting tap water. I mean, I guess we're on a train. Here you go, your tap water.
Good job, son. Keep it up, and you'll be faster than the cook in our unit.
Don't call me son. I hate him already. He's probably never gonna pop up again, but I don't like that military guy. What's the talk-to-speech thing? Oh. What the freak? What was that?
Give me some water, and hurry up, sweetheart.
1 minute.
Well, she wasn't human. I'm gonna go wind up the pup. I don't understand why there's a puppet. I really don't. Why is it dark? Huh? Soda. Soda. Hello, sir.
Quite a remarkable train, isn't it? And there's absolutely nothing unusual about it.
This train isn't quite as simple as it seems.
Give me milk, give me milk, give me milk, give me milk.
All right.
That guy was... He was an anomaly. 5 Nights was everything. So, random reference, 5 Nights at Freddy's. Is this where you wanna be? I just don't get it. Why do you wanna stay? 5 Nights at Freddy's. Power is out. Oh. 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 What the frick, dude? Oh, oh, oh. What's that noise? What the freak? Why was there a ghost haunting my thing? Oh, who are you? What is this camera, huh? I don't want to serve you. I don't know what's going on. Oh! Haha, it's the end of my shift, okay. Okay, it's the end of my shift. I guess I go to bed now after what I've just seen and everything. Okay, have fun BRBing. Oh. I don't want to work anymore. Can I just skip job? Can I skip my job? This is where this is. Okay. This is probably gonna come in handy at some point. Hello! After the doctor began leaving the case behind, a second heartbeat started answering the first one. Maybe, I don't know. I can probably skip it. This is probably like, I can probably skip it. Route map changes when no one's watching. A station appears between a station. I don't care about the war, actually. I just don't want to go to war. If it becomes too much for me, I might actually just not play the game, because I do have an actual, I have a different war game that I'm gonna play that I downloaded from itch, and I don't want my heart to already be too weak, which is why I didn't want to play anything too scary, but this one caught my attention. Okay, let's get to it. Oh, he's going faster.
Hi, Bard. Tender?
It's bartender.
Oh, Tender. Cool.
Cassie?
Where's your parents?
Can I have a cookie with milk, Sir Bartender?
Sure thing.
Is this game just Five Nights at Freddy's? But like, Five Nights at Freddy's, but like, I don't know.
Yummy! Hope it tastes better than corpse meat.
Similar shtick. Dangling. I don't think I can handle a scary game right now. I think I'll have to wait until later tonight. I'm hot and my heart is going fast. I gotta play something more lighthearted. I'll play that one, if the horror game doesn't work that I downloaded. I'll play that one, if the horror game doesn't work, but, yeah. Because it is spooky. Bobby Painkillers. Restore. Mm. Ooh. Wrong. You know, we could do another one if this one's 59. No. DTI or Maple. I mean, I could try DTI. I'm not the best. I don't normally play games like that, but I could try Dress to Impress. Dress to Impress. Dress to Impress. I don't know what I'm gonna be doing, but there's gonna be a game. Who's got my notifications? Oh, it's nobody important. Okay. First day of summer. Okay, I guess that was just thrust into here. I don't know what I'm doing. I haven't played this game in so long. I guess let's pick a hair? Up to. Up through Zoe screams summer because it's too hot to have your hair down. I only have 2 minutes. I'm not gonna get a good look. Let's leave it this color for now. Bangs. Batty bangs. I guess so. I guess. I don't know what I'm doing. Where's the Skinninators? Skininator. This is not gonna be a good fit, but you know what? It's fine. As long as I can get some clothes on, I think I'll be fine. I think maybe these shoes. And a tank top. Paired with these shorts. No, not those shorts. Oh, this is ugly. Oh, where's the clothes? Oh. I only had 2 minutes and I don't know what I'm doing. Scarf? I guess. I don't know what I'm doing. Hat? These shoes look not proper for this outfit anymore. I'm gonna take them off and... Different shoes. Oh my god. These shoes, I guess... Oh my god, no. Make them more. Make them white! Make them white! Oh my god, this she's ugly. She's ugly. Guys, she's ugly. Okay. I'm so sorry. She didn't have time to finish, probably. Oh, they're cute. I'll give them 4-star. Oh, she looks like Daphne. Sort of. It's cute, though. I'll give you another 4-star. Maybe a 3-star because it doesn't really scream summer, but it's still cute. You could wear it in summer. Oh, this one's cute. She's like a hippie. Like a beach hippie. Where's my... Yeah, I'll give you that one. Is it who's my turn? No, thank God. Oh, she's all yellow. Like the sun. Unfortunately, it doesn't really scream summer to me. I mean, you could wear it in the summer, but it's just yellow. I mean, to be fair, I'm just white and pink, but I only had 2 minutes. I only had 2 minutes. Well, this was cute, I guess. 3-star. 3-star. Oh, here's me. I'm not gonna do very good. There's me criticizing everybody else, and then there's like my outfit is not that great. Yeah, I had 2 minutes, okay? Okay, let's take this ugliness off. This is not how I do that. Naked! Water! Okay, she's just walking like a diva. Yeah, I really panicked. Like, I panicked so freaking hard. I don't normally remember what everything is in... Also, free to join if you want to join. I don't know if I have friends with you, but... These are cute. I don't have any money, but these are cute. I have this many monies. Is that enough monies to get monies? I'm not ready. What's the theme? Venomous beauty. So like an evil kind of pretty, I'm thinking? Snake-inspired fashion. Okay, so I gotta look like a snake. I'm a snake. Let's see. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like the way it's moving. I'm gonna have to take that off. I don't really like the way... I mean, I could maybe make it work. If I say hesitantly. I might be able to work, actually. Let me get some bangs. Let's just get off this for now. Actually, let's color the hair. I mean, more of a muted green? Yeah. Okay. Let's get a face in here. I don't have access to the big boy eyes, because I don't play this game a lot, but I will find a snake-like face that can work. Alphaba! No, I'm not using her face. Lady Gaga! Honestly, this one might be good. Okay. Let's see. Can I get this one, or is this one for premium people only? That one's for premium people only. Let's see. I can't go into VIP because I'm not a VIP person. Let's see, let's go into here. And see if I have anything that's like snake-like. That's not really snake-like. I don't need that. That's kind of snake-like, but I mean, it's just a mermaid top. Why do I have all this brat stuff? Why is all this stuff in my inventory? I don't think I have all this. I don't think all of this is mine. Why do I have all of this? I like these though. Yeah, boots. No, not that. Ooh, checker jacket. Oh, I want her to look like elegant, you know, like she's got like an elegant look about her. Nope, I don't have that. See, I don't have these. I don't know why I have these are in my inventory. I do have these though. These could be. No, I don't like these. Okay, I'll have to not use this. I wasted so much time, girl. Oh, I wasted so much time. Let me just get all the items on and then I can maybe form an outfit. It's on. No, not these. And what wear these? Want that. Oh my gosh, I do not have enough time to make this look good. Oh god. Oh no. Oh. Hi, welcome in. Oh, these guys are gonna look so much more better than me. Oh, that's really cute. That is really cute. This was also cute. Everyone's gonna slay this so hard, and I look like a mess. I had 5 minutes this time. I have no excuse. Literally no excuse. I'm just not good at the game. This one's cute. Oh, I forgot that I had chips. Chips! Oh. Yep. I'm not even gonna try posing with that one. It's not my best work. And even this one's better than mine. And they've got fairy wings. I'll just walk it. Oh. Oh. Okay, not really giving snake, but it is cute. I mean, it's just green and black. That doesn't really give snake. She didn't have enough time. I'm so sorry you didn't have enough time. I need more water. Those guys look fire. Oh, 6th place, not bad. Oh, I don't like the look of this. It's so bad. I'm playing in the water. Look how tan my face is compared to the rest of my body. Jesus. What are these, like leaderboards? Damn. Those guys are good. Doesn't, like, this waiting area usually have some sort of, like, parkour? I don't know, it's been like a million... Oh, look, it's, the Jesus Rockstar. I might be able to do a decent Rockstar. Rockstar. Let's see, I can probably do a decent Rockstar. Not that hair, no. Jesus mentioned. Creepypasta saved by Jesus, maybe? Let's see. I would like to have her... I'd like her to have more longer, straighter hair, because... Yeah. Let's just make it, like, black. 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 Why does that not look the same? Did I not make the... There we go. Where Jeff the Killer? Where Jemp? I don't know. He's in our hearts. He's in heaven. Yeah. Let's put these on. Rockstar loves to be baddies. Rockstar baddie time. Let's give her these ones. Yeah. I don't know what shirt I want. Let's give her some nails, though. Nothing too long, because she is a rock star. You know? Let's see. Ooh. That might be nice. Yeah, let's stick with this one. I wish I could give her a guitar or something. I wish I could give her a guitar. Let's see. I want to give her a cool shirt. Oh, that's sad. Let's see. There might be a guitar. I don't know. I don't have any access to any, like, VIP things. Yeah, Betty. There's like a million creepypastas they could add, I'm not even lying. Smile Dog saved by Jesus. Maybe, let me go look. Well, I mean, I can't walk into VIP, so... Let me see if I can't give her a jacket or something. If it overlays weird, I probably won't. It's a little weird. Can I color it in like 3 minutes? A little bit of red in there, maybe. That's right. That's where we have to. That's what I'm going for. She's supposed to be a rock star. Yes, yeah, I can't enter that. Okay. I did not grab a belt though, so that sucks. Ooh, look at her. Love it. Love, love, love it. I feel like I'm playing in a server with pros and I'm just here not knowing how to do anything. Ooh, yeah, I wanted a guitar. That's good, that's good. Oh my god. Oh, she's purple! Or. Be sorry, I'm not the biggest fan of this look. Me personally, I'm just not the biggest fan. She looks more like a emo. Like a emo than a rock. I don't know if I look rock, but... yeah. If they had maybe changed their hair. This is just a Monster High character. That's just a Monster High character. Looks pretty rock and roll to you. Cool. Good to know. I just like always second guess myself. Ah, cute. I thought it was rarity. Let me vote. Let me vote. Oh my god, this one's so cute! What? I'm definitely playing on a server with a lot of pros. Ah, no, I love this one. I like this one. I saw her walking around. I thought her out. I thought her outfit was pretty cool. This one is kind of basic. It doesn't really scream pop star. No, not pop star, rock star. I'm thinking pop star because that's what her outfit looks like. You know? Yeah, this lady did look really cool, I'm not gonna lie. I want to stay in this outfit because I kind of like it. I think I look swag. If I had changed the color of the necklace to be black, maybe it would have looked a little bit better, but I think I look cool. I should probably take off everything to make it easier when we move on to the next one. I love how we can just sit down. The bald baddie. What's the theme? Checkerboard fashion. You will have 6 minutes. Yes. Checkerboard. I know what a checkerboard looks like. Or just in case. Yeah, just checkerboard. Oh, right. Let me just give like a basic face, maybe. That looks like Taylor Swift. It scares me. I'll just go with this face. It's fine. Anyways, let's just make a cute... Let's pick out the outfit that I want first. And then we can do the patterning. And all that. Can I wear this? Oh, I can. Okay, great. I'm gonna wear this. Paired with... this. And this outfit. This dress. Will have the checkerboard. I'm gonna go with black and white checkerboard because... I feel like most people are, but there is this pink checkerboard here. But I'm gonna go with the black and white checkerboard. Because I think it's gonna look nice, in my opinion. Here. Can I? I can. Okay. Sorry, I'm like walking in. Let's... Oh. Whoa. Okay, let's go pick out her face. Not her face, her hair. Let's go pick out her hair. It's probably gonna be... not the hardest thing in the world. But I do want her to look... I can't get patterns in there. Okay. Let's make front hair. Do that. Wavy. Basic haircut like a bob. I was thinking maybe that, yeah. Not that one. Oh no, this is cute. This is cute. Hold up. Are we doing the thing called the cooking? Are we perhaps maybe doing the thing called the cooking? Patterns. Oh shoot, that looks bad. I did not mean to favorite that. Hold on. Oh no, no, I can't do this jacket. That's a bad jacket. Shimmering QT at least? Yeah. I wonder if I can get the sleeves on real quick here. And then I can look at this black. And then I think I can maybe layer these. Yeah. I really wanted to put a coat on, but I think simple right now is okay. Okay, that's it. I didn't realize I was so close to ending the time, but that's it. She's floating. Okay. That is cute, though. It's like a 60. Simple, cute. I think I'm gonna leave it at 4 stars. Oh, it's me. Look at me. I'm slaying. I'm chic. I'm chic. I'm confident. I am Magica. Mm-hmm. I don't think you're following the theme. This is checkerboard. It's not checkerboard either. At least you tried. It's not checkerboard technically. It's not technically checkerboard, but that's okay. I guess. I mean, you have checkerboards on you, which is more than the other guys. Oh. Yeah, I like this one. I'm gonna name it. I'm gonna rate it the same one as the last one because the only thing that's checkerboard on her is the pants. But this one is nice. I don't like the effect, but this one is nice. They had it was checkerboards. How? One of them wasn't even checkers. I'm leaving this dumb game. I need to take a little bit of a break anyways. I need to go grab some more water. When I get back, we will maybe switch over to Peak. I'll see if Minnie wants to join us. But yeah, we'll play some Peak. I'll just take a quick, maybe 10-15 minute break. And, see you guys soon. Let me just get a video on for you guys. Yeah, you can see that. It's very flickfully. But enjoy, smosh while I leave for a minute. Okay, thank you.
Okay, get in. Honey, you can't bring that.
You bitch.
Some gum in the car. It's a gum in the car. Great, you can cut literally all of that. You guys, we're here. We are playing a car crash simulator because Spencer's forcing us to.
We've never done this.
We don't know what this is. Yeah. But we can put on a facade. Facade!
I've been having an affair.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Well, that was the last time we played
all
a computer game together.
Oh my god! In the cheating video.
Yes.
So we found that cheater. So now we're gonna get in the car and run.
Wait, because that's the really funny where you're like, Barcelona.
Oh yeah, Barcelona.
Barcelona. Hey.
Oh my god, accelerate to begin. So you have to fall well.
The right trigger is the accelerator.
Right trigger. That's, oh, this one.
Yes, this pickup truck.
Okay,
What's
guys,
trigger? Show me what's trigger.
This one back here
is trigger, and that's
trigger.
I just know the guy that drives this is hung as hell.
You have to stop.
Wait, what do you mean he's hung?
You know.
Is that new? Oh, like he's dead?
Oh my god. Oh. Do you know when like someone's hung? What that means?
Why don't I know what that means?
Maybe Gen Z doesn't know this. It means
they definitely know. Trust me.
It means they have a big.
Oh, I see. Like he's hung.
Yeah,
hung.
you got it.
Hung dong.
Here we go. Ready?
Hung dong.
All right. Here I go.
You're doing poorly.
Oh, I lost it.
Whoa!
Wait, what's the goal?
To land in the parking space?
Oh, then you're doing okay.
I'm doing pretty well.
Oh my god, this is like that Jason Momoa show on HBO Max. Is that HBO Max?
Wait, I think I'm doing really well.
No, you're losing speed.
Oh shit.
Damn! Wait, this seems so fun.
Okay, I'm so ready. This is like Ramper Ball. but
This is like Ramper Ball.
This is like 3D Ramper Ball.
Okay, come on.
So,
Yeah.
Roger, you probably failed.
Wait, you sure? I'm still going though.
You gotta stop.
I think it's on the right.
I think I did pretty well for starting.
Yeah. So we didn't know, we didn't even try this before. So here we go.
Okay.
Here
Yeah,
we go.
this is a try. Okay.
Now
So the
be
right
the
back
hung
there.
man you are.
Yeah.
And take that cart. That's disgusting.
I can't say I've ever heard that somebody's hung.
I don't think.
That's crazy.
I'm gonna
That's
try.
crazy.
Listen, I'm gonna try it at home. I'll let you know how it goes.
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh man.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, see, you just want to slow down for a second.
And look at the view.
Oh, it's that big hill.
That sucked. Yeah. So it.
Okay, so I can't go anymore. Oh wait.
Yeah, you lost.
My turn. My turn. My turn. My turn.
And if you missed it, you guys, this game is called Simpsons Hit and Run. Let me play.
Let me drive the crane.
Yeah, just literally drive forward.
Yeah, but this is what Arasha did, and she didn't get there. Remember
Yeah, but
this?
I was almost there.
Let's go.
This is scary. Are you guys scared of heights?
No, I feel like I'm twirling.
No, I'm not scared of heights.
I feel like my toes are curling.
Twirls.
Look looking at this.
Come on, baby.
Ooh. Ooh. Wait, this is harder than you think.
Oh, I'm addicted to this game.
Okay,
Start
okay,
over. Can I
yeah,
start
go,
over?
Rasha.
Yeah, no, you go.
You go.
Okay. Yeah.
So maybe go, don't go.
Oh, yeah,
so
you're
maybe
right.
yes,
Go down
Arasha.
this
Yes,
way?
Arasha.
Okay.
Yes, Arasha.
I'm gonna go down.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, look at this hill. This is a nice hill. Oh, scary hill, actually.
The truck is kind of cute.
No, I
I'm
think
going
it's
back
cute.
and forth with it because would you call that a cappuccino brown?
Oh, guys, I'm stuck.
It's almost orange.
Yeah, it's like a burnt orange.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay.
So you did
turn.
you did really poorly. Okay.
Oh, okay. No, psych.
I want to get in there. Oh.
Arasha, you
There's
did
still hope. There's still hope.
you
I'm
did
going
really-
80.
You got stuck on a rock.
you did really, really poorly. You can try one more time because that was so embarrassing.
Wait, you guys. There's still hope.
You're going 145 miles per hour.
Okay, I'm just gonna hit start over.
Yeah, you can start
This
over.
one's my favorite. When you did really, really, really poorly.
Okay, guys.
Here
New
we go.
strategy.
I
I'm gonna
love changing
go.
the angle.
Yeah, I really have to.
I've heard them.
Okay.
Cheap piece of shit. Cheap piece of shit.
Okay, we're gonna ride this hill.
Okay, so try not to crash.
Okay.
It's actually so satisfying.
Wait.
Okay, Arasha, go over there. Wait.
Yes.
Shit.
Hit yourself in the ass so you're smaller. In the back.
Going around this hill. Going around this
Yes. Can you still get? Do you still have some?
hill. Oh, I lost my tires.
Yeah, no, I don't think you're.
I got one.
You're still going.
Oh my god.
Yes.
This looks like me after a shoot block.
No, come on. Just one tire.
Let me hear you say, hey. Let me hear
Hey.
you say, oh.
Oh.
Guys, I might make it.
This looks like Shane after 2 Reddit stories. Let me hear you say, hey.
Hey.
Let me hear you say, ho.
Oh.
Guys, I might do this. I'm going 10 miles per hour. No!
Oh.
Okay, chances are.
Okay. I can do this.
Shit!
I actually have a really good feeling about this.
I could drive the crane.
Wait, HXT? That license plate?
Oh, you're backing up?
Yeah, back that ass. There you go. Yup. Go around. Take the long way. I like it.
Wait till Waymos
Oh.
are pickup trucks.
Okay, so it's all. Oh no.
Oh no!
No. I really. Wait, you guys just.
No!
Wait, there's something that.
Sit in your shit! Sit in the shit you made!
Okay,
this
I'm
is
just
your
gonna.
last time!
I'm gonna boof it.
Just
What?
just go.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. Oh, just
Is that? Wait, go. How do I accelerate?
the right bumper. The right trigger.
God, this is sad. This is sad. You're a sad man.
Oh no, not the running start.
Doors open. And that's why we put the child lock on, guys.
Yeah. Hey guys, the door's open. Make sure to shut that.
Hey, shut the door, shut the door.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys wish.
You
Pretty
good
awkward
speed,
in this
good
thing,
speed.
eh?
Yeah.
Let's go. Oh my God.
Want You Back by Cher Lloyd.
I'll say it. Sam Smith. Hold me down.
No.
That would be a fun song to like.
No, you still got this.
Okay, charity stream. We do this with songs.
Yeah.
How far do I have?
Pretty far.
How far do I have?
I don't understand how you're supposed to get down the mountain without crashing.
Right. No, you just have
Okay.
to like crash just enough. Hey, it's all right.
Look, there's your full view.
There it is.
So
That's
that's
the
what we have
face.
to get down.
But how can we get down when the truck
Okay,
is
ready? So it's almost like I don't want to get hit too much at the top.
Yeah.
Because honestly, at the top of this game, I thought the goal was to get obliterated.
Right.
But that's not it. It's actually like keep going.
That's beautiful.
It's like no matter what hits you on the way there, you still can make it to your
That's
destination.
beautiful.
Me?
Just need a hard cut.
Let's go. Down the mountain.
Oh, that was a tough slam.
But how are you supposed to survive?
Look at this. What about this?
Okay,
Upside down.
yeah. No, just don't even ride the tires.
Come on.
Invert it.
I could play this game for hours.
Oh.
Come on, go. I'm gonna hit my own bumper.
I don't understand.
You're upside down.
I'm eating where I'm. Upside down, Angela!
Okay, so it turns out it was shorter than 10 or 15 minutes. Turns out it was shorter than 10 or 15 minutes. But that's fine. I really just needed to go fill up my water. Because boy, am I thirsty. We got this game up in this biz. And you know what? I think that's gonna be fun. Yeah.
We are assembling.
Yar. I already got the game open. I'm a nerd and I love game.
Howdy.
Howdy, howdy.
Howdy, 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 howdy. I will open them in a second. Playing chess. You're playing chess in Peak or just like playing on chess.com?
I'm playing on chess.com.
Of course you.
It's your fault. You introduced me to a game with a chessboard.
Yeah.
Oh no, the profanity.
Oh, I was doing a solo run, I forgot. Anyways.
Solo run? What's that?
You climb up the mountain, but I died a lot.
Oh no, who could have seen that coming?
Coming?
Who coming? He who was coming.
When the first time we played Peak and I got so tired, I didn't close Peak properly, so it says I have over 16 hours when that's just not true. I was also afraid that I
Tiny,
fell
are you
asleep while
hosting
still
again?
in the Discord call, because I was really tired when we played the first time.
No, if you fell asleep, I would have just kicked you.
Kick these nuts. Sleep climbing.
That's not a good thing, Max.
I don't know, I'm not a man.
Am I hosting or do you want to host this time, Max?
I can host.
Well, you're like in between us, Tiny. So.
Oh yeah, yeah, you are the in-between.
Yeah, well, I don't think it really
You
matters.
are the filling to our sandwich.
You are the filling to this nutsack.
What? Tiny is the what to your what, Max?
He's the filling to the nutsack.
Nah!
I'm the right ball, you're the left ball, and Tiny's in the middle.
Yeah! Well, no, that would make Tiny the penis. He is the
man.
schlong.
Where am I here, dude?
I don't fucking know
it's
anymore.
Fine, I'll host.
Okay, everyone mute.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Man, playing with these guys is so fun, but I'm telling my set that my model's gonna lag, but it's fine. I'm just gonna take the shadows off and everything will be okay. Let me actually get rid of you too. That's and Yippee! Look at me. It's blurry, but
Anakin!
I got a
Find
wizard
the high
hat.
ground!
You were supposed to destroy the Sith, not join them.
That's Obi-Wan's fucking voice lines, not Anakin, you dipshit!
Oh yeah, I forgot. I never watched the fucking. I never watched that one, dude.
I have watched them, but I don't remember the
I
lines.
hate
Hello,
you.
Max. Hello, Max.
I hate you. Fuck you.
Don't try it!
Get over here, boy.
I was gonna say, like, you come up here and I'll just, like, pretend to push you off, and then you
Yeah.
and then you just go like,
I fell off. I backflipped off.
how the fuck did you back?
I wish I could kick you. Guys,
Dude, that
guys,
would be crazy.
guys, watch this.
Max!
Oh,
Stuck the landing.
that was crazy.
You want X
Dude.
Games.
Dude, perfect.
Maxie's on X Games mode.
Stop, Tone.
I am a mummy.
Huh?
I'm the mummy.
The Mummy, like a movie?
La 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 la. La 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 la.
Wow, wow, wow. That's what you sound like. I'm sorry.
La 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 la. Ah! Okay, Julian! Ah! Okay, Julian! Ah! Okay, I'm coming! Oh! I'm going to touch you!
No!
It's such a lollipop! Oh!
Oh my god, I'm actually kind of scared.
Don't be scared, Max.
It's not a good feeling when someone's laughing maniacally in a Mort voice chasing after you. No.
Are we getting now?
I want to go to there.
You can't.
I want to go to there.
But that's just too damn bad!
I'm
sorry, Grandma.
That did too damn bad.
We ready? We ready?
I'm ready.
Are we ready?
I'm ready. I love this game. I'm excited. I'm excited to play this game again. Time to climb. Ugh.
Hello, Princess.
That's the first thing that I hear when I wake up, by the way.
Hello,
You should get that checked out.
What are we doing?
Binoculars.
Checkpoint flag. I need to drink.
Wow. Wow. Oh, backpack.
Come on, guys.
Do you want to take the
Watch
backpack? Oh.
I got a flag.
What? That's not appropriate to say.
Yeah, what the heck?
What did I do? I got a flag.
That's not appropriate.
Hey.
That's a slur.
Yeah, get out of here.
On guard.
What?
Yeah.
What?
It's like baseball.
What? What?
Max?
What?
It's cause like your legs, like you could just like kind of get under stuff. Move your ass.
I was standing up when I grabbed it. I just did some crazy parkour.
I
I got Bing Bong.
garbage. I'm not gonna lie.
What?
I have a bandage. I have a python and the flying frisbee.
I have a backpack
this?
and big bong.
Oh.
Red Quizberry.
I was
Another
amazed
red
by a rock.
Quizberry. Make sure to get some coconuts so we can break them when we're hungry later on.
Nuts.
Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, nuts.
No, I don't know it.
It's so like immature.
Sand.
Hey, Max, you want to carry this coconut?
Yeah.
Catch.
How dare you?
You threw the disc at Max, didn't you?
No, the coconut. Where is it? That's so off-putting.
What?
Just hearing him panting in the distance.
Yeah. It's a, actually, I don't know if you're okay with you saying it,
some scout cookies.
but it's the S-Walkers.
Come put them in thy
Yeah.
Come
I
get
typically
scout
call those
cookies.
skinny boys. Skinny legends, mayhaps. That's actually really funny when you think about it, because they're urban legends, so skinny legends.
Urban? Did you say urban lettuce?
Urban legends.
Urban lettuce.
Oh, no.
Urban. Kurt Cobain lettuce.
Urban lettuce.
Kurt Cobain lettuce.
Don't want to eat that lettuce.
I don't even know if I can make it up this, but you can try. Nope.
Ow.
I almost got it.
No. Yeah. How the fuck did you not take full damage?
He's built different.
Yeah.
Yay! You go have good eat. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it.
I think we're splitting off from Minnie. It's okay.
Again?
We're
It's
going
fine.
to the same place.
Oh, hey, look, a suitcase.
See, this is a way better place to go.
Nice.
This mountain is being haunted by the ghost of Minnie.
Big ball. What? Right?
I think he said he's alright.
That guy needs to learn that I don't know directions.
I didn't know it went up over
He says
here.
get to the right and you start going backwards.
There's a lot of...
Get back to the airplane.
Start going that way, because I'm like, is that the right? How
There's
did you
a
get
lot
over
of
there?
there's a lot of boxes. There was a lot of boxes.
Pretty good sash on you.
So, yeah, I got a room. Make sure you put some stuff in your backpack, Max.
I just
There's
put
a
Bing
lot of
Bong in
stuff.
there.
Yeah, well, there's like rope spools, scout cannon, bandages, and then there's a med kit and a cannon, a chain water thing over here. Is anyone hungry? Tiny, Max, are you hungry?
No, I'm fine. I ate some Crispers. Are we gonna need this in the immediate future?
Yeah. No.
The Python?
Huh?
Are we gonna need any of these?
Okay, I thought the yellow ones were bad.
No, they just gave me an extra energy,
Actually,
which is cool.
do we wanna
Max.
Huh?
Here, eat this. There you go.
Thank you.
Eat that.
Oh, I think the
there is-
green ones are the ones you gotta worry about.
Yeah, the green ones are bad. There's one a med kit, and also the checkpoint flag.
What is
But
a
the med
checkpoint
kit's
flag
more
do?
important.
And you die,
I'm
you go
guessing
to it.
respawns.
I learned that the hard way.
Oh, so
I
that's
wonder
actually
how.
useful.
Yeah.
That actually is
In
quite useful.
case anyone, you know.
Why do I have a feeling if you use this, it's just gonna launch you up right into that poison thing?
I don't know. Shut up.
How about you try it, Tiny?
Beam me up. Let's go. Shoot it.
Oh god, here we go.
There you go.
Oh, oh, just. You were so close.
I almost killed Tiny, but it's okay, because I didn't.
No, you don't die from it. You just get poisoned a bit.
Yeah, and then you die, because then you don't have enough energy.
So it's fine.
Yeah, that's how it
We don't
works.
count it as attempted murder. Ooh,
It's okay.
a lot of stuff up here.
I
Fortified
have the
milk,
idea for it.
bandages, and big lollipop.
Ooh, lollipop.
It was my idea.
What do you have on you, Max?
I don't remember what I have in my backpack. Can you take a look?
You got granola bar, bing bong, Pinton, and a rope spool.
We're
Tiny
keeping
bitty bug.
We're keeping Bing Bong.
Okay, so if Max has a Pinton, I'm gonna throw away mine.
No!
That's
Pintons
fine,
is
it's fine.
really good. Pintons are really good.
Yeah, but Max already has one. I can carry another bandage because I'm
Yeah,
carrying two
but okay,
bandages now.
Pintons are super good to save for later on.
We're gonna find more.
Yeah,
It's
but
okay.
then-
Hello, Max.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm taking.
We're still really
lollipop
early
to
on in the mountains, so it'll be okay.
Yeah, we
I'm
haven't
looking
gone
this thing
later on.
Sicko mode.
Most we've gone was to the mushroom lands, and then we die immediately.
If this is the easy map, there'll be a jungle after this, not the mushrooms.
Ow.
It's not smart on your end. What the freak?
I thought I could get up there, but there's literally no ledge up there. So Tiny, you're gonna fall.
You just go left.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a-
Go
there's a
this
way
way.
Where did Max go?
Max? Max!
What?
I'm Max.
Where the fuck are you
How?
going?
What? Fucking mountain goat.
Where the fuck are you going, Max?
I'm going up! I don't know where you guys are
We're
going!
meant to be going as a team!
How are they even able to do that?
Okay.
There was a ledge!
I guess we're following Max.
There was
Tiny,
a ledge! And I found it, and I climbed.
Okay, yeah, we're coming. Follow the horses. Hello.
Hello. Tiny?
Tiny!
I'm trying to get up.
Where the fuck are you? Tiny, go this way.
Follow our voice.
Oh shit. Oh, that hurt. Oh, that hurt a
Bro.
lot.
Max has a med kit.
Yeah.
Yeah, how much are you hurt? Like, how many bars would you say?
Oh, it hurt a lot. It really messed me up.
Okay, Max, med kit.
It's okay. I'm fine now. I ate bandages.
You 8 bandages. Okay.
Yeah, that's how you use them. I can't. How do I do this?
There's a ledge right there.
Right there.
I gotta go the super duper long way.
Bro, no, you just
No,
go to
no.
here, and then you could probably also go this way.
Yeah, that's the way I'm going.
We just gotta hurry up because the fog's coming.
What's the fog?
We in it for too long, we die. So we gotta hurry up a bit.
It's like Fortnite.
Yeah. Something
Yes,
like
the
that.
Eye of the Storm is coming, Max.
Fortnite, any other battle royale game to ever exist.
I have never played a
Mainly
battle
Fortnite.
royale besides Fortnite.
Max, leap! Go ahead, gotcha. Come on, Tiny, come on.
Appreciate it.
Mushrooms, are these good?
Choppy shroom. I'm pretty sure these are good. I don't.
I still use my bad.
Yeah. They're fine. The chubby shrooms are fine. Actually, I was gonna say, get like a coconut.
Oh, I need food a little bit.
I don't. Yeah, toss it up there. Yeah.
Coconut.
Max.
Oh, I accidentally got 2.
Oh, that's fine. You can.
Yeah.
I'll just take one for some.
Coconut.
A coconut is a giant nut. Max, I don't think we should go that way. Are you able to get up from there?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello.
Ew.
Hi, diddly hello, neighbor.
Hello, princess.
Hello, princess.
Okay.
Hello.
I don't think there's a ledge. Tiny, come back.
No, there's a
okay,
little
go to that little lip. You're gonna have to tell us what's
Dude.
over there.
Dude, this is actual.
Yeah, I told you we shouldn't have gone this way.
Oh, there's an opening right here.
Okay, nice. Thank God. Alright, come on, Max.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hope you're not scared of heights.
It's alright. Yeah, we need to get you some food.
Me?
Yes, because you're hungry, Max.
I'm not hungry, I'm just carrying a lot of things.
Yeah. Yeah, but you're still hungry. You can probably walk up this. And... never mind. I don't think this is a sound idea. I said never mind!
Over here,
I
over
said
here.
never mind! I don't think we can climb all the way up that, though. Especially not Max, because Max only has like half their stamina. Tiny? Oh my god, did you...
Oh, I'm hurt.
How much did you get hurt?
Not that bad.
Okay. Come on, we're going,
Yeah, I
we're
think
going,
so.
we're gonna have
I
to
guess we
to
gotta
the
go
left.
down before we go up.
It's alright,
From the
it's alright.
situation.
It's alright. We've got this.
Oh.
Okay, I guess we like really gotta go around.
So we just went left to begin with.
Oh, hold on. I have an idea.
Like
I'm
Grug.
not a grand gentleman, but I have an idea.
Like Grug from the Crudes.
Grab on, boys!
Whee!
Fucking guys climbing over me.
Oh my god.
And then when you reach the end, just jump and...
It's fine.
Dude, it's like Black Friday shopping. It's like we're just trampling over each other.
I never got that.
Okay,
I never
one at a
got
time,
that,
one
by
at a
the way.
time.
Black Friday has never been like that. I've never seen a Black Friday like that.
I haven't either, mainly because I don't go anywhere on Black Friday. Because I don't want to experience that.
I've seen stores. It's just normal shopping day. I've never seen anyone go crazy for all those big deals. There's deals happening all the freaking time.
Well, I actually kind of do want to go to a store on Black Friday.
And the only Black Friday that I know is the tornado that happened in a city in my province.
Come on now, y'all. One half of the time.
Oh my god!
Did I scare you?
No, I almost fell. I almost fell.
Wait for your stamina to recover.
I was recovered, I just climbed wrong.
Alright, come on. Nice and easy.
I'm like a baby.
Feeling okay, Max? Yeah, pick you off.
La la la. Oh, the Cheshire Moon tonight.
What?
Cheshire Cat?
Yeah, the Cheshire Moon.
No, that's, the moon haunts you!
What?
What is that from?
You would
Legend of
only
Zelda?
get it if you knew. Do you know Tiny?
No, I have no idea.
Marvel
Where's it from?
Rivals.
Oh, Moon Knight. Yeah, fuck that
Yeah.
game.
Yeah, his ultimate. Random bullshit go.
Oh, hey, we did it! I didn't even
got
realize.
there, gang! We did it, gang!
I prefer Overwatch over Marvel Rivals.
I like Fortnite.
We did it, gang!
Of course you do.
Shut your...
I like DC Allies.
We like Fortnite, we like Fortnite.
Oh, can I use this med kit? I'm a little hurting. Yeah, I'll be fine.
Yippee!
Oh wait, never mind. I don't need to use the med kit.
Might
You
be
want to take this
long.
backpack, Mini? Or...
Sure.
Okay. Shotguns.
Wait, hold on. Since no one died, I think we get a thing from the Angel statue.
Yay!
Right. Who wants to open the Pandora's lunchbox?
Me!
I'll do it.
Nope, Tiny said it first.
What happened?
Open it.
I opened it. I'm on fire! What the fuck?
Well, put it down!
Alright, Max, you open it now.
I hurt.
What'd you get?
I might need to use
get?
this.
Yeah, I
we
think you should
slowly-
use the mid
Oh
kit.
yeah. I thought we slowly regen, but no, it's just because I was on fire.
Oh, that took away a lot of my health. I can't read this.
I thought it.
Eat some of the cook and eat some of the yellow crisp berries if you're hungry.
Wait. What does
I'm
it
not
say?
hungry, but I'll cook it.
Dear diary,
Yeah, just
bad news.
save
The
it for
ship-
later.
the ship
There's
captain
also
made
red crisp berries here. So
an oopsie, and we wound up crash on this mysterious island. Thankfully, mysterious islands are my specialty. With our whole troop working together, we'll reach the top of the peak. Oh my god, they said the name of the game! And signal for help in no time. In the meantime,
yeah,
I'll
we're
take
just
this
trying to
opportunity
get as
add
much
some
like
additional
food
pages
stuffs as possible.
to my famous guidebook,
Schlep.
Scoutmaster Myers.
Alright. No other luggages here?
Nothing besides
Okay.
these jugs.
Alright.
Got him.
Let's...
Oh,
Max, you don't have any jugs.
Yeah, I do.
Oh.
Nah,
You're
it's
flat.
fine. I am. I'm pretty flat.
Alright, come on, y'all.
Oh!
Tiny!
Wow. Oh my goodness. You didn't tell me that was bad comms on your end, motherfucker. You didn't
Bro,
say it
look
was that
down!
job.
Bro, look down! Oh yeah, when it's raining, you'll have a hard time climbing. So, watch out for the rain.
I knew
Max!
it was gonna happen.
I slipped.
Max!
I
How
slipped.
bad is it?
Not that bad.
Hey. Okay. You're fine.
Alright, come on. We'll find some bandages or something along the way.
Let's get some ibuprofen. If you can move, it's not
Luckily,
broken,
this
you're
area
fine.
isn't actually too dangerous. It's mostly just a bit hard to
You actually sound like a tour guide. And if you look over to the left here, you have the... What would we even call that?
Alright, and this is what we call nature's crevasse.
That's what we call God's butthole.
Oh, giggity giggity.
Well, no, this would actually be, Gaia's vagina. You see this crevice, this massive crevice? You see, God doesn't have that.
God has a butthole. I don't know what you're talking about. I know. I've seen it.
Not a crevasse.
Guy Fieri.
No, you're right. This is definitely Guy Fieri's hole.
What do you mean, Guy Fieri? What do you mean, Guy Fieri?
I don't know.
Don't try and climb Tiny. Tiny.
No. See? We're chilling.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. This is getting pretty...
I know Guy Fieri's butthole like the back of my head.
What the fuck? This is a Wednesday same shit. Are we high? Are we high right now?
That's physically impossible for me.
I can like barely fucking see.
Oh shit!
Yeah, don't
Dude,
go near those.
I thought those were like grapes or something.
No! Hold on. I'm shutting my fucking blind.
Fell for the old hydrochloric acid on plants trick. Oldest trick in the book.
Why are you putting hydrochloric acid on plants?
Ask them! I'm not the one that fucking poured hydrochloric acid on plants.
You're the one who said it.
Because I touched it.
Why are you touching the plant?
That seems
Because
a little
I thought it was
inappropriate.
grapes.
You guys
Because
are
you thought it was
so
gay?
loud. You guys are so
Hello.
incredibly loud.
Yeah.
She's screaming into the mic.
Tonight will be tonight that I will fly for you. How the fuck did you get up there, Tiny?
He just climbed. Duh.
Climb from where? You can use your little mouse point to click, to like point, by the way.
Here.
Oh.
Like this, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, what are you, some type of like...
Shut your...
I don't know.
Shut your bitch!
Are you mentally delayed?
Okay, who has the most stamina?
Me! I think. I got like...
Yeah, probably you, Tiny. Are you Tiny? Tiny, are you hungry?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, here you go.
What do you mean? I
You
have
the
so
most-
much
take this
energy.
rope. Tiny. Take this rope. I'll take your stuff.
Wish me
The
luck.
rope's behind you.
I have
Oh.
so
Yeah,
much
take that
energy.
rope,
What are you
climb
talking
up,
about?
And then spool it. No, you do not, Max. You have like half a bar.
No, I have extra energy.
Yeah, but Tiny has the most like raw energy. Can you make it?
Please! Help me!
Give me the rope.
Oh my god.
Why not?
I got
Okay,
this.
I
Give me the rope.
No. Okay. I have the most. Okay, Tiny, you take my back. Give me the rope.
What?
I have the most. I have the most stamina.
It says you.
How about I just drink this and then I do it?
No. That only makes you faster. It doesn't give you energy. Tiny, no.
I got this.
Okay.
Oh shit! Dude, I'm climbing up the mountain later. Oh shit, I had a heart attack.
That's what I was talking about.
How do I do this?
Yeah, you just
Do I
like
spool
lower it
it?
down with mouse wheel.
Alright, I'm schooling.
Yep, spool it. Yep, there you go. Spool it. Yep. Alright. That should be good. Place it.
Wait, tie it now?
Yeah.
I wasn't looking. I got scared.
Tiny, you gotta like place it into the ground.
Calm down,
Otherwise it's
man. I
gonna
almost
stay
slipped off
blue.
the fucking mountain. You're about to pick up my dead body.
Yeah, I was just saying, if it's still blue, then we can't climb it.
I
You gotta like
know
lower it
that,
and then like.
but like
place
I
it.
said, I almost
Max!
died.
What? I wasn't doing anything.
Matt, what are you doing? You just took damage for no reason. Oh my god.
Alright. Can we go up here? Why not over here?
No.
Dude, what are we doing?
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Unnecessary damage has been taken.
I didn't even know we could go this way. Okay, not my fault.
It is your fault!
Nuh-uh.
Can I?
Oh, thank you, Max.
Teamwork.
There has to be other ways to
I can't fucking see.
Use your eyes.
Fuck off!
I don't know. Oh, wait, up here.
Oh yeah. I see
Not
what
up
I see
here.
what you're putting down.
I
No, I'm
smell
not
what you're
putting down
stepping in.
I don't know if I don't think we can actually get off from here.
Yeah.
So I think this is a dead end.
Yeah.
So yeah, come on back down. I think the only way up is from where I said so. So just be careful coming back down.
That's the deep thing. Oh, actually, I think the same thing.
I'll leave my stuff here for you guys to pick up. I'm gonna go up and cut this stool down.
Okay. Don't die.
I won't.
Or if you do, at least die around here so I can pick up the rope.
I have so much energy, guys. If I put down the backpack, I'd be fine.
You probably should have done that then.
Nobody was listening to me. That's because I'm a woman. That's a joke, obviously.
No, it's just... just because you suck.
It's because I'm a stupid. It's because I'm a stupid chub. Not very far.
We're fine. You're fine. Just do it.
Climb to it.
Yeah, you can climb to it.
Yeah.
Alright. There you go.
Come grab your stuff, girl. Why am I climbing up it sideways? What is this? Hello? Celeb.
Howdy.
Right in the nutsack.
I'm scared to play dead now because I always think I'm just gonna fall off the ledge.
Here should be a safe
I wonder
place.
why. Okay, so
I should not have been that funny to me.
There should be a bunch of luggage over that way.
Oh, luggage. Luggage.
There he goes.
I'm like a dog when it sees food.
What's in it?
Rope cannon and chain launcher.
Ooh,
Ooh.
nice.
You're welcome.
Both of those are really good. How's everybody's hunger?
I'm pretty okay.
Fine, I broke my leg.
I got like
don't know.
2 bars.
I'm fine.
Wait, hold on, let me check these mushrooms. Maybe I'll eat these.
Yeah, these mushrooms up here too. Button mushrooms.
Wait.
Ah.
I know
Yeah,
button
okay,
mushrooms
okay,
if I've ever had them.
Yes.
You need some?
I want my one. Yeah.
Oh, luggage. Luggage.
Oh! God damn it, Heidi.
That was so.
Bro, you fucking farted! Bro, you stay!
That was so funny from my angle.
Fucking read. Rescue call.
Ooh, antidote.
That's
Antidote.
why.
What does the antidote
That's why.
do? Ooh, that works. Helpful full. Hey, you want some antidote? Antidote? Why do I keep saying that? Yo, that's dope.
Actually, yes, because I did get poisoned.
Just
So,
get that
you
off.
drank some?
Yeah.
Why the fuck would you throw it?
I didn't know it was gonna fucking break.
It's glass!
I didn't think it was fucking IRL physics.
Bro, if this was real life and this was actual poison, I would be dead. you would have fucking killed me, man.
You know what? Have some trail
Max,
mix.
you need some food.
There's trail mix
Here you
over
go.
here.
I think I have food in my backpack.
But there's trail
Yeah,
mix.
but you hungry. Damn, it is pissing down.
Speaking of which, I gotta be right back.
Bro.
How do I mute up?
What?
We could
I
probably
can't
just
mute up, so
we'll just turn your volume down.
If anything. Oh wait, push to talk.
Pardon me. Go on. I'll distract her with my super amazing dance moves. Wow.
Let's see. Whee! Jump.
Why are you jumping on me?
Jump.
Can you stop?
Just trying to be like Roblox where I jump on your
I said
head.
stop it.
Whee!
I will
missed.
claw you. Bro, you just gave me straight vetch to the face.
I am back.
Like right in the face.
No.
Alright, what now?
Yeah, I'm the one who fucking got it. Okay, I think we actually might be able to go up from here. Watch out, there's like a blow-up-y thing there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we should be able to climb up from here. Just be careful.
Careful, my metal man.
Oh, wow,
No,
wow.
it's not.
Yeah,
Your
it
middle
is.
name is Iz, and your last name is Sleepy.
That's true.
Watch out for the poison plant, and there's a bomb thing here as well. You should be able to climb up from here.
Jimmy,
There's bananas up there. Are those bananas? Yeah, there's that.
Yep.
Just something.
Oh, I'm
You can
scared.
climb from here, just watch out. Yeah, just... I'm here, ready, waiting. There we go. There we go. There we go.
I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking.
Ooh, scorchberry. What is that?
Oh, you know!
Don't eat
Till I'm
those.
6 feet from the deep and I'm slipping.
Yeah, scorchberries are
Ooh,
not
luggage.
a good idea.
There's also yellow crispberries here, one for each of us.
What is that? That is
That's a
lemon
bush.
fungus.
Trail mix, if anyone wants food. And then there's some chub shrooms over here, which I'll grab.
Chub shrooms, that's what I get when I see your mom.
Oh.
I learned what that means through Supernatural. I'm not even
Whoa.
joking.
Alright.
What a
Max,
chub
what,
was.
Chub or mom?
Yeah.
Don't Max, send to me. There you go. Eat this room. Alright. Where we going?
Calm down, man. One at a time.
No. We'll go around. Go around.
Ooh. La la la.
La 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 la.
My life is sunshine and rainbows.
My life is a movie.
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Everything
How do I
that's
help someone up?
wonderful and just a feeling
That
we're
song,
together.
that song and that one Patrick image is what's in my head 24/7.
The one what? The cat
The Patrick image, the
Okay,
Patrick from
I think
SpongeBob.
we gotta go like all the way across here. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get up that tiny.
Sponge.
I don't think we're gonna be able to. So our best bet is.
Oh,
I
hello.
have a
Oh,
rope
oh
cannon.
shit! Be careful, be careful.
Like
Max,
a
where did
rope
you go?
cannon?
Oh.
Down here.
No, I've got. What?
I went down
Okay.
here.
Wait for the rain. Okay.
What's down here?
That just okay. It's okay. As I was gonna say, I have an idea, but it's a bit risky.
Risque.
Oh, you're
So
gonna...
I don't know. You still got the chain launcher, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Come like right here, and then try and do it like to there. If you can reach it, because it has a range. So over there, tiny.
I know. I'm science.
You don't want to waste it. If you can't get it, then get a bit closer.
Bazinga.
Okay. Alright, let's go.
I'm coming.
Magic bean.
I want it, but I don't have
want the magic
inventory
bean.
space.
I'm eating the magic bean.
You can't
Tell me what it does.
You throw
Aww.
it.
Oh, wait.
Careful
Everyone stand
behind you.
around. Stand around for the magic bean.
It's not gonna do that.
Oh.
You need, yeah, okay, tiny. No, it doesn't work like that. I'll show you how it works. We'll like go around.
Oh, are we growing the bean like the beanstalk?
We'll go around this way.
Chad and
and I'll see if
beanstalk,
I
or whatever
can
it's
find
called.
a use for it.
I don't think it's called Chad. What was it? What was the story called?
Jack and the Beanstalk.
Jack and the beanstalk.
Yeah. It like grows out, and you can use it as like a platform.
Are the bugle shrooms safe?
No, it is not.
Ugh.
That we really wasted that beanstalk.
Oh wait, isn't it a bugle shroom? Yeah, it is safe. Never mind.
I asked if it was a bugle shroom. If a bugle shroom was safe.
I didn't hear you if it was a bugle shroom. I didn't hear. Okay.
I just wasted a
Yeah, I was gonna
shroom.
say.
Thank you.
Okay. To the right here.
To the right
Okay,
here.
wait. Wait.
I got
Tiny.
this.
No, I was gonna say there's a little ledge here that we can climb up onto.
Oh.
I don't got this.
See?
Out of the
Except I don't
rain.
think we can fit through.
Yeah.
Out
nice
in
one,
the
Steve
rain.
Bro, can you two fucking get the fuck out? Get out of my ass! Car! You're just pushing me deeper! Help! I'm getting stuffed into a bus! Help me! Help! Help!
My sides.
Help me! Help me! Okay, get the fuck out of my way!
I did it.
Oh my dear God, Max!
Oh my God,
Max, wait,
guys.
Max! Max! Oh, there's a way over there.
Hi.
Okay. I didn't know if you.
That made me laugh so hard. I was actually kicking my legs.
Dude, it was like sardines.
Oh, help! Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm editing. That really was so funny.
Bro. The teamwork is not making the dream work.
What
The
do you
thing that
mean?
killed me was
Oh God.
seeing Minnie struggle and then turning over and then just seeing your face. You look so smug. Like
Oh my God, I can't see anything.
No, Max, wrong way.
I can't see anything.
Oh, no one gave me cons about that fucking plant.
Oh.
Thanks
I didn't
for
even
help.
see it.
I tried.
I did.
Like, stop right there. You can't come here.
I tried that.
I need food.
I have trail mix.
Well, you'll get food when we get up
Can I
there.
get some trail mix?
Yeah.
You'll get food when we get up there.
Thank you.
Wait, and I still have my marshmallow.
How many levels are there?
2.
I don't
We're
know.
at the peak, guys.
No, it's not.
Oh my gosh.
There's not 2.
Says you.
Oh, to the...
I played
Oh,
this
wow,
game to
dude.
completion. There's not just 2.
Okay, Mr. Big Game over here.
What does that even mean?
I have no idea. And Tiny, you finally got your backpack.
Mr. Big Game.
No. Oh, wait, I can probably save this marshmallow,
that's not
honestly. Hello?
Yeah, you should.
Hot dog.
Alright, come on.
I don't have any free...
How do I cook the marshmallow?
I eat this.
Hold E. Mesa, that's...
And then...
Alright, let's see what we get.
Dude, my marshmallow's not cooking. Oh, F.
I got a fairy lantern.
Nice! I don't know what that does, but nice!
I don't know what it does.
Oh wait! Since no one died, let's go to the statue.
I already got the statue.
Yeah, the fairy thingy.
That's how I got the fairy lantern.
Oh, I thought it was always the one.
I feel like there's gonna be sandstorms here.
Sandstorm? I wish I
it's
could
like
do the music.
The rude sandstorm?
Yeah.
Paradise Palms.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh my god, Fortnite.
Oh my goodness. You guys remember
careful coming down.
when the cube spawned and
Bro,
actually-
the cube was hype. I love Kevin.
I don't.
Never mind,
Yeah,
there's
could you
Oh
play
my
that?
god, there's a tornado! It's the sand NATO.
I'm on fire! What the fuck?
Oh my god, it's hot here. Guys, I think we need...
It's the sun. Maybe it's the sun.
Oh, we gotta stay in the shade.
That makes sense.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Max, where are you?
I got lost.
I just saw you at like a little bit of your kick. You just falling down.
I'm so scared of that NATO.
I don't know how you got on fire.
Oh, he's coming right towards us.
Guys, run!
We
Guys,
can
run!
move!
Run!
I'm dead.
Oh my god,
Oh,
I'm
that
stuck.
hurt. I'm so... Oh my goodness. Wait. Remove the thorns. Remove the thorns. Oh shit, not again! I'm dead. I'm so dead. Oh, I'm thorned up.
Oh no. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Minnie, where are you dead? Ow. Oh. How do I heal you? I can't. Oh god, I'm so sorry. Minnie! I don't know how to, I can't remove your thorns. I can't remove your thorns. It
I
just says
died.
to pick you up.
I died.
Oh my god, no. You see how full of thorns I am?
You gotta look at the thorns, I think.
I'm so sorry, I killed him.
Fuck.
You have to remove your thorns.
I don't know how to do that.
Don't just walk into another cactus.
I thought Max was just gonna give up.
How do I remove my own thorns?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you
Oh,
can. Oh,
they go
just
away on their
slowly
own.
Go over time. But yeah, you can remove them on people, I assume.
Yeah, I tried doing that
But
for
I
his
think
dead
you have to
body.
actually look at them. I think you have to actually look at them, not like just the body of like itself.
Yeah, I was removing thorns from Max, and then I got snuck up by the tornado again.
That was really funny, actually.
Yeah, so
we
you
heard
have
you
to look
screaming
at
in the
them.
distance.
Well, thanks.
I can't believe I'm the last one alive, guys. I had the worst survival instinct.
Yes, we know.
Can we go back to the statue and get resurrected?
No, we already used
Oh,
it.
it's
What if I place down this checkpoint?
I think that only works if we're alive and then die, Max.
I mean,
Well,
we can
I should have
try.
placed it down sooner.
Yeah. Why not just place
Yes,
it
yes,
down?
you should have.
That's the worst that could happen.
Place it down right here, because it's kind of safe right here.
You say that, and then just a tornado spawns on top of it.
I'm pretty sure it only works if we're alive and then we die.
Yeah.
Well, at least I'll respawn if I die.
Dude, it looks like your ghost.
Max,
is
you are
moving.
not making it up that.
What do you mean? I totally am.
Max, look at how far you have to
You
go.
know it.
I can do it.
You are.
Oh, sweat strength.
You got
Max,
this.
you
I
are
believe in you.
cooked.
Nuh-uh.
I believe in you,
Max,
Max.
Max, run, no.
Oh my god.
No. No, Max, no, no, Max, no! There's no way to get across from there. You gotta go over, either to the left or to the right. No, not from there, Max!
It's fine,
Upwards.
because there's a ledge. If you keep going down, there's a ledge that you can go across. Oh, you see. What? No fall damage?
I might just built different, I guess. Okay.
Dude, I feel like we 100% could have.
You're a pickle.
We could have outran that tornado if we didn't just keep trampling over each other.
Okay, I got a little extra.
Look, I tried to outrun it. I was in front of you guys.
Yeah, and then I saw the tornado, I told Max, and then we just kept walking over each other.
It was really funny, actually.
Man.
Ah!
Oh, the sun, Max, the sun. Get into the shade, Yeah, so I was right, it was the sun.
Black hole sun, won't you come?
Won't you come, take away the pain?
Oh.
Okay, just wait for shade. Because there's nowhere really that you can like run to, so just wait.
Oh.
Max!
At least I'm safe from tornadoes.
Yeah, I'd say wait and then go over to the right when it's not sunny. Like right behind you. Okay, since we're waiting, I actually got a quest 3.
You got this.
I might try and set that up while I wait.
Am I vulnerable here?
Oh, you got Oculus Quest.
I wish I had a VR headset.
VR headsets are fun.
Hey, at least I'm extra protected. Extra protected from a tornado.
I used to have a VR headset. but I broke one of the controllers because I was playing like a boxing game, and I full force punched my wood bed frame.
Ouch.
Yeah, so in other words, it's entirely your fault.
Yeah, it was definitely my fault. I thought I broke my hand. Because I said that shit.
I shouldn't. Is it sunny still?
Yes, it is still. It's you actually might be in just a hole of lava soon.
Oh my god. Should I leave?
Well, I mean, yeah.
Oh. 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 Ah! Help! I'm burning alive!
What are you doing?
I'm panicking! That's what I'm doing!
Calm down! You're in the shade!
I'm noticing a problem with the adjustable strap.
You're in the You
It's
come
not
back
very
down to tier
adjustable.
1!
Jesus Christ, it's getting a bit hot.
You have the same amount of fear. You have the same amount of fear for the sun as like a lizard does when it sees another person. What?
Oh yeah, my
Oh, you're burning up again. Yeah. Hey, that was clutch.
Ugh. You know, I'm pretty safe down here. Ugh, I'm laughing so hard, my head's dizzy. Oh my god. Hello. Oh man. Hi.
Howdy.
I can't believe I panicked that hard.
Doing okay there, man?
Hi.
Yeah. They're never better.
I'm fine. Do.
You can do it, Max. Might
I
take
guess-
a while, but you will personally.
Is Minnie even looking at the screen?
I saw it happened.
You saw me fall. Oh, hey, look, another, case. I'm so paranoid about tornadoes now. Sand
It's okay, we just got
NATO.
it really right. Sharknado. Where are
Better
you
than
going?
Sharknado. There's a thing up here.
You can do it, Max. I believe in you.
What is that? Like a fucking military box?
Ow!
While you do that, however, I'm going to.
Anti-rope spool? What's that
Oh, wait, I have an idea of what this is. Don't fly away! Damn it. Stupid. That would have been so helpful. That would have been so unbelievably helpful.
Hey Max, not to alarm you, but this is tornado.
Huh? Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh god, Max, no.
Max, you gotta go. If there's any time to panic, it's now. That doesn't mean you jump off a cliff, though. Alright, you're fine, you're fine.
Sand and NATO.
Do it. We got this.
Ow, ow.
Oh, that hurt.
Black ocean, won't you come?
Come?
Take away the pain. Coming.
Dude, oh my.
I hope you know I'm a
Who's
child.
coming?
Hey, you finally got over to the other side.
Yay!
Now
No.
to start going up.
Now I can't die because my check thingy is back there.
That's fine.
We'll
Just
never
don't
get
die.
past the crevice again.
Well, does it work multiple times, or does it only work once?
It works multiple times. It doesn't work all the time though. So I do still have to be careful.
Okay. There was what? There was luggage right there, but it just disappeared.
Yeah, I saw that. But I guess I didn't remember it. And that's why it disappeared. That cactus is as big as my schlong. That cactus is as big as my schlong. Sometimes you gotta repeat the joke to make it funny. Oh, I gotta be careful. It's getting sun up again.
Not yet.
Oh, great. I need to.
Where are you going?
This way. Duh.
You could've just went up.
No.
What? Dude, what?
Ah! I'm burning!
You can do it, Max. Just gotta be patient, you know?
To the right.
To the right, to the right. Oh my god.
Wait, you have the highest ground. No, you just go. Just go as right as possible. Yeah.
Damn it. Oh, I'm burning, guys, I'm burning. Guys, I'm actually burning. I'm gonna take a sip of my water.
Good, Max. Stay hydrated.
You should maybe hydrate faster. Your head is about to be engulfed in flames.
Damn. I can't help it. I got a cute little bear cup and I have to unscrew his head to drink from it.
That sounds dope.
Did you see that sick backflip? There's not really a lot of shade up these cliffs.
I got a parent of mine kept saying, I'm tearing up my headset.
Ooh.
It's so weird, like, having the VR headset on, and then, like, because I can also see my PC screen as well, so I'm just doing this shit and watching you at the same time, Max.
Ooh. Ah, damn it. I might have to give in. Sports drink. Frick, okay. I'm vulnerable, but that's fine.
I'm still so confused on how to actually, like... Because it has a fine, like, the headset has, like, it's fine screwing in to adjust it, but then trying to screw it out doesn't really work. And I don't know how I got it to work just then, like, just before. Like, genuinely so confused.
Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting. Shimmy, shimmy, yo, shimmy, yo, shimmy. Like the cane from the digital surface.
I do not know how I got it to work. Perplexing me. It's like a child-proof bottle cap, but one that doesn't want to work, like, at all.
Okay.
Watch out, scorpion!
I thought that was a crab.
What? Does it crab?
Come on, dude. I just want that luggage. Get out of here, you freaking bing bong scorpion. Gimme, 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 gimme. Hide, hide. What does the milk do? Should I drink it? Do I have any medical supplies? I do not. I'm trying so hard, guys. I'm trying so hard not to die.
You can do it, Max. I believe
You got this.
It sucks because I'm so amazing at dying in video games.
So, if you know what not to do, then you're 50% of the way there.
Alright, I guess
You
I'm
know
going
you
up
have
this
to
way.
Not die. And you know you gotta live. Just live.
No, 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 no. Oh, I didn't take any damage.
Wow. Wow. Do you have like a med kit in your backpack or something?
I don't have any bandages. This one might kill me. No, I'm okay. Where am I?
What do you have in your backpack?
I got rope sticky thingy, I got a harpoon thingy, and I got bing bong. Oh, that's the fog. Okay, I gotta get away from that. I can't be like Fortnite.
Oh, energy drink.
Doesn't that just make me faster?
I don't know.
It does.
But it uses the same amount of stamina, but you climb up faster. Oh, you're gonna die.
Oh my god.
You're getting Fortnite. You can't climb up anything anymore.
No! I tried so hard! I got so hard! But in the end, it didn't even matter!
Wait! You can do it!
Come on. Oh my god, I'm not dying tonight! Okay.
You can do it, Max.
I'm so low on energy, but I got this. Ooh. I just need to get up.
That's the name of the game.
That's not the name of the game. The name of the game is Pika. I think I could somehow get back this way. Okay, so this is where I was. I think I would be. No, this is where I died the last time. Okay. It's gonna make it up this way, pretty much. It's gonna be it. Yes!
Man, I don't know why the strap is so, like, hard on screen. Like, I don't know how I got it to work before. Like, it just started working randomly.
Alright.
Is that dynamite? Why would you walk towards it?
Well, I was out of the blast range, so I'm okay.
Nice. Not out of the smoke range, though. Wait, Max, to your left, chop shrooms. Come on, healing item, healing item. Okay, that'll give you stamina.
I really do need a healing item, though. There is another chest. I saw another chest somewhere up there. I hope I can get to it. This is so tense.
You can't get up there, I don't think.
Ow. Damn it. Scorpion! Woo! I'm not Spider-Man, don't touch me!
I forgot, wait, I forgot. Is that an actual Spider-Man villain?
What?
Is that an actual Spider-Man villain?
Yeah, the Scorpion.
I forgot about that, dude.
Oh.
I forgot he existed. No one ever talks about the Scorpion.
I do.
Oh wait, he's in the newest fucking Spider-Man movie. What am I talking about?
Fucking spoilers, what the fuck? I'm just kidding. I saw the trailer.
Yeah, you watched the trailer too. I was about to say.
No, not worth it going down there. I'm just gonna lose stamina. Why are there so many holes? It was like your mom's house. Gotta get up there. I wonder if I have enough stamina for that. Definitely not. Okay. I already tried that. I remember me trying that, and it didn't work. Ooh, but this will give me extra stamina. Come on. Come on. Frick. Okay. Mm. Oh. Oh, wait. Ow. Damn it. Okay, stupid. Just give me a couple energy drinks, I guess. Yeah, because I totally need those. My god. What's a more useless item? Okay. Everybody's so quiet.
They're letting me focus.
I'm not focusing, I'm just raging.
To the right.
Right over here.
Nice. The luggage! There might be a bandage.
Oh, I didn't see that! Also, why would I need a beverage? I need a healing item. Like, desperate.
Yeah,
I said bandage.
Oh, wait,
Not
fortified
bandage.
milk? That's actually good.
Yeah, I saw they have the shield thingy.
There is a dynamite up to the right, watch out.
Right. This is left.
What does fortified milk do?
It gives me like defense.
Didn't you just say it was good?
So like prevents more damage.
Okay. I don't think you can get up from there. You gotta go around. Yeah, because I got this Quest 3 off of eBay.
First mistake.
No, like the headset itself actually like works fine. It's just the head strap.
Second mistake getting an Oculus Quest.
Meta Quest 3, actually.
Yeah, that's the biggest mistake.
No, it's actually one of the best ones to get if you're on a
Yeah, but Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg here.
There
Mark
is not that many
Zuckernuts.
options.
Hello,
Almost
Gecko.
every single one of them is more pricey.
You can Mark suck these nuts.
Hello, Gecko.
I'm surprised myself with that one. Oh, okay. See you later, guys.
Well.
I tried so hard.
You tried so hard and got so far.
I tried. New hair! I pitch. Also, yeah, hi Gecko, welcome in. We're playing P. Also, do you like my new model? It's so cute. I love it.
Hello.
I got new hats!
I got the witch hat now.
What? What'd you get?
Ooh, look at. Ooh, I'm looking pretty dapper.
Right over here.
You're gonna join the mafia.
Extra mafia with his eye patch.
Just have no eyebrows. Oh my god, I did not mean to do it! Hi, you look like a tourist. What's with those eyes?
Look into my eyes.
I don't like it.
Into my big,
Leave me alone.
Eyes.
Leave me
Look into
alone.
my big, beautiful eyes, Max.
Your eyes killed me. Bing. Leave me alone.
No.
I didn't see if the headpads worked, but thank you for them anyways. Whee! Whee! I didn't know I could jump while I play dead. What? Where am I? Hi. What's this?
Oh. what? Why is that a thing?
I don't know, but... Whee! Oh my god.
Jolly good show!
Hi, Pops. What's this?
Hello, Max. In my days, we called it quartz parchment shears.
Ooh! I don't know why you can jump while playing dead, but it's the funniest thing to me.
No, no.
Cycling.
I might go to try and set this VR headset up.
One more game. One more game.
No.
Fine.
Wait! Before you go, aww.
No, here you left. Damn.
You didn't even let me give him the... They didn't even let me throw the ball at him. Where?
You fell down like a stone.
Okay, goodbye, Gecko. Thanks for stopping in anyways. Bye-bye! Bing bong.
I was trying to time it. What? I miss my wife.
I miss my wife, Tails.
Please don't.
Oh, it went in the wall. Alright, you want to do another round?
Sure. While we wait for Minnie to hook up the VR. Whee! Whee! I'm so fast. Oh. We haven't yet to reach the peak. What just happened? We have yet to reach the peak.
We are so, like, not getting past even the first round.
Mm-mm.
The professional's gone. What happens if I stand?
I don't know, I got pretty far.
Yeah. Do you want the backpack?
Sure.
I will drink nothing.
Boop 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 a doop. Sure. Okay. That was rude.
Do you wanna grab the other half?
Where is it?
You passed it. It's right here.
What? Where?
I'm looking at it. Did you... what? Is that just not on your screen?
No.
Magic.
So I'm thinking about the ragdoll jumping. That's gonna make me giggle for a while.
So, is the maps always, like, the same for, like... Because, like, yes, the last time we played, it was the Mushroom Island twice.
I think it's because this is a... I think they might refresh, but I think it's because it's also, different difficulty?
No, it's the same difficulty.
Then maybe they just refresh sometimes.
Great detective work.
I don't know what I'm
Or
doing.
maybe it's like a daily refresh thing. Like
I don't think it's
the
daily,
Fortnite
because
airdrop.
when I played last time, that was like a day ago, like yesterday maybe. I don't know when he bought us the game, but I played and it was a jungle. So it's not daily. It might be weekly.
Maybe. Or maybe it's just completely random. I guess we'll find out when we get up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's some cameras over here. Do you want to carry it? What?
What? Ow, what?
This shell. I lost you. Do you want the shell mix? Or do we just leave it behind?
Now I got 2 trail mix.
Nice.
No bandages though. Who needs bandages?
I got bandages.
I don't got bandages.
Oh. You gotta
I
get
can
left,
make it.
remember?
I can make it. I can make it. Nope.
Seeing that on my end was amazing. I don't remember how we got up here, I'm not gonna lie.
I got any space in my backpack.
I could eat this,
Thanks for helping me. Rude.
I went back down to grab the energy drink. I'll help you.
Are these button shrooms good? I'll test it.
Yeah.
Okay, swag. Fun fact, I actually hate mushrooms. They're the grossest thing in the entire existence of existing.
That would have been a fun fact if I didn't know that like 4 months ago.
Fun fact, I actually hate them so much that I can't remember who I told.
Everyone.
Ooh, crispberries.
There's rope, 45 mil. Oh, rope cannon.
Okay, bandages. I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna use these bandages.
That's fine. Hope you
There is
don't
a
mind,
med kit
I
over
won't
here.
Get shot out of a cannon again.
I think it's a med kit. It is not. Okie dokie.
How much inventory,
None.
like backpack space do you have? Okay, so I could keep the energy drink or I get the rope cannon. Which one?
Get the rope cannon. That's pretty cool.
Alright.
And this rescue claw would be pretty useful. I'm gonna eat my cocoa nut and grab it.
Okay. With the fuse. Wish me luck.
Good luck. Ooh! Much better aim than last time.
Way better.
Careful. Careful. Discord's trying to tell me that I'm muted. I'm muted, you dummy.
How's the fog already rising?
Because it hates us.
Lollipop.
Lollipop, lollipop, oh, lolly, lolly, lolly. Ba-dum, bum,
The
bum.
lollipop. I'm gonna bring it with us the old-fashioned way, though.
You need a little propeller hat.
I wish I had it.
Oh, where'd you go?
I was telling Minnie about that last time we played. I want to buy a propeller hat, like IRL.
Yeah.
Because I think they would be so fun to have.
There it goes.
I caught it.
Nice. There it goes. Goodbye. It's down the mountain. It fell. It literally
Where'd it
fell.
go?
It fell down the mountain.
Damn.
Literally. Like I wasn't joking. I don't think we can go that way. I think the fog's
I don't
that way.
remember. Yeah, I think we go this way. I don't know if we're able to get up here. Oh yeah, we are. If you need a break, you can go over here.
Wow. Beautiful even with low graphics on.
I'm surprised that your game or your laptop is able to handle this game.
I'm surprised that it's able to run my VTuber model as, like, not lagging, you know? Like, I've got so
I'm
many
surprised
tabs.
your laptop's able to run at all.
Yeah. Look, fog, fog. I got scared of the fog.
Oh, so we might need to go this way?
Yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Hold on. I'm okay. Hold on. I'm coming. Hold on. Hi.
Seeing your face peek up slowly was amazing. Oh, this is where we gotta scale the side like this. Oh my goodness, you scared me.
Hi. Oh, you're dragging me along. Nice. When we do the climbing up, I feel like a little toddler. I hope that makes sense.
It does, because it looks like that. Oh, there's a... What is this? An alien? Oh, that's a mushroom.
Yep, this is good.
Is that fun? Okay. Because I haven't eaten those ones yet.
They're
so
fine.
I was like... I'm not sure if they were edible. What do we do?
Geronimo!
Oh, if I remember. Oh, you're so screwed.
I'm not making it, buddy.
I was gonna say, I have the rope cannon, and that's what we did last time. I got it. Oh, that hurt. I'll be
Got
up
it.
here and I can help.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Watch out the jellyfish, though. Get to the left. Open up.
I'm in danger. Hey, you had to grab me this time. Nope.
I tried. Oh. Do you have a rope? Do you have a rope in your backpack?
Hold on. I fell.
Damn. How far did you fall?
I got hurt pretty bad. Where are you?
I'm the same place I was at last time. Do you want me to like throw you down like a rope cannon or something? I'll just drop this down. Don't know if that'll be of any use to you.
Okay, I gotta heal myself.
You say you gotta kill yourself? In game?
So I actually don't have any healing items. Help!
Oh, I have a bandage. How far away are you?
Pretty much on the shore.
Alright, I dropped down a bandage. Should I just go up and then you die and then I'll like revive you?
Sure.
Okay. Meet you there.
I'm great at this game, I swear. Let's go there. No. Oh my god, oh my god. Ow, I did not die. I should not have used that. My god. Okay. I think this is how we made it up last time. Oh my god! Oh! Oh my gosh! I can hear. Damn. How do I get up from here? Oh, swag. I have to take the easy route because it's very low on everything, pretty much. Hmm. Sorry, I'm gonna ask a question. Will it make me lose all my items? Dude, I got a pretty gnarly skull. Look at this thing. Well, I died anyways. Hi.
How'd you die?
Skull.
I was on stream and I was like, that you shouldn't look at that skull. It does not look like something you should look at.
I communed with it and I died. Hello. Marshmallow.
Did you lose everything? Alright. I'm going to put this hot dog in a backpack. And then I'm just gonna drop all these mushrooms.
Wait, let me eat them. Damn.
Oh, you're still hungry?
Yeah.
Okay, I can give you this hot dog.
Gimme!
Alright, so I do think the thing stays. Like the seed stays the same for a bit.
It's pretty safe over here.
Yeah, if you remember, there's a pretty gnarly drop off. So get ready for that.
Your mom's a gnarly drop off.
Is that it? Oh, that hurt.
Hi.
Seeing you crawl like that made me realize how unserious Spider-Man is. I don't think you're getting up that.
Alright. It's too tall. We can't get up
No.
there.
This takes some weight.
What is?
Oh, it's a coconut. I tried to throw it at you, but I missed.
Coconut?
Can I go to the left side now? Still the right
Yeah.
side? Like last time? I need variety.
Hey, look, a little suitcase thing. Do you need these or do I need these?
I don't know if you need them. I'm fine though. If you want, we can just keep them.
Yeah, put them in your backpack.
Okay, give me a second.
I already put it in your backpack.
Oh, you put.
Yeah,
I didn't know you could do that.
I figured that out when I could steal your snacks. Hi, I used up all my extra stamina, but it's okay. Let's see. Num 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 num. Alright, just leave me behind, I guess.
I went up like one place. What do we do here?
We walk.
This seems very sketchy.
Okay, hi.
Hi.
Excellent.
Of perfect timing. The second I said that, you just slip and fall off.
Yeah.
It's fine. I got this.
I believe in you.
I don't. I'm glad someone does.
That's not a can-do attitude, you have to believe in yourself.
Yeah, you know what? I got this.
Ah.
How do I get over there? Huh. Yeah, I'm pretty stumped on what to do.
I think you can make it up. There's a ledge up there. You could make it up. There's a ledge up there.
Oh wait, I could go on this vine.
Yeah, but there's literally a ledge up there that you can just climb. Literally, there's just a ledge up there that you can climb.
I get it. There's a ledge up there.
Literally, why don't you just climb up there?
Alright. I'll try. Oh, you had the python, didn't you?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I slipped.
It's fine.
Literally, there was no way for me to grab onto anything. You got this.
Okay, Alright, so I'm gonna actually stop on this little branch thing. Ooh! Okay,
Yeah, smart move. Go that way. Hi.
Banana. Howdy, banana. Banana peel. God damn it.
I don't know what any of us were expecting, honestly.
Yeah, true. Is this a way?
Yeah. There's
oh,
a little.
It's raining.
There's a little grass thing, but I think you can make it up there.
Okay. I'll just wait till it stops raining. Alright.
Oh,
What?
being in the wall and seeing you climb on invisible nothing is kind of funny.
Please! Please!
Oh!
Alright, well...
At least you
Good
didn't.
thing I have a bandage.
At least you didn't fall all the way down.
Yeah. I guess that's the silver lining. I should have taken more of those bananas. I think.
Banana.
Ooh.
It's 5 minutes to midnight.
30 seconds to Mars.
Okay. Wait, there seems to be a way you can go to the little right of you.
Can I make it? Let's go. That was a little scary.
That was Sigma energy.
You gotta die.
Wah 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 wah.
Well, I might actually get up here.
I'm proud of you for doing this both times by yourself. It's like you're
Thank
basically
you.
running solo.
Solo, except I have a ghost flying around calling me a Sigma.
Sigma nuts.
Stop.
Yeah, you can get around there.
Alright, where do I go now?
It's the other way. Up there. Just be careful of those explodey boom booms.
Yeah.
And then...
Oh, wait.
Ooh, suitcase.
We're at the exact same point where we were at before.
All roads lead to the same road.
Actually. Okay. Alright, so where did we go last time? We went over here. Okay. I didn't even think I was that close to that one.
funny. Keep talking. Hi,
What?
Blobby. It's because when you go fast around and then it makes the voice fly. Yeah, I'm debuting. Like, look, it's finally my new motto, Blobby. Are you happy that it's not me teasing you again?
Where, what, where? Oh, that hurt. Oh, that's still hurting.
Oh my god. Gonna make everybody motion sick.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
A pig is running pretty good, surprisingly. Oh, it's causing.
I am still alive.
You are. Congratulations.
I have no idea how I am, but I am still alive.
La 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 la. Oh my god, you're bald. Look inside your hat, you're bald.
You didn't have to point it out.
In your pointy hat, I'm pointing it out.
No.
Yes.
You're bald, and I don't say anything about it.
I'm not bald though. That's the fun thing.
No, you are.
No, I'm not bald.
You are now.
Damn. I can't be bald. I have the lumpiest head known to man.
Alright. So, grab.
Oh.
Grab. I am so low on energy. Oh.
Oh, we could walk on them.
Oh my goodness.
Sludge.
Oh my.
Oh my
Okay.
god. You're literally so peak at this game.
Shut up.
You're so
I'm gonna
peak.
jump off this mountain.
Oh. Hi.
Oh wait, what am I doing? Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Ooh. I'm like holding my breath for you.
I got this. I'm a gamer.
I believe in you. Epic pro gamer.
I'm not a gamer. I'm not a... Oh, I'm dead. I'm not dead.
I love hearing you like spam buttons when you're like
It's like a spaceship, like I'm just trying to make sure everything's not dying. Alright.
Oh, I wish I could. Right, rest in peace. How did you not die? How did you not even get a single piece of
Escaping
fall
death.
damage?
Alright. I'm gonna jump this time. I couldn't grab onto it. What? I'm not. I'm actually just not taking fall damage. Am I cheating?
Well, if you have to ask that question, I think you know the answer. Which is no.
Alright. This time I will make it up. I have extra stamina now. How did we do this last time?
I don't know. It's because we had many.
Oh, yeah.
He's the epicest, most proest gamer.
And we also didn't have, you know, you falling off the cliff.
I slipped. It was raining.
It's fine.
Oh
It
well.
was funny. Oh, I'm about to slip. I'm surprised that I'm still alive. I wish I had a bandage.
I wish I was alive.
Yeah, that would also be useful.
Feel like
I'm trying to get to this other place, but I can't do it.
let me survey.
Energy drink. Hop. Whoop. Hop. Bam.
Yay!
Oh, let's go!
You did it!
Alright. Now where do we go from here?
Up.
Thanks for the help.
So many luggages. There's a Pokeball down there.
Please have bandages. If this luggage has a bandage or a med kit, I don't know what I'm gonna do. God damn it.
Well, there is another luggage over that way.
Oh yeah.
See right in front, where I'm right in front of you.
Yeah. Flare. Woo. Yay, a flare.
The least obvious yawn ever.
You
got this.
Save points? Like if we leave at that next place, does it save?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so screwed here. Huh.
Now our luggage is down if you want to backpack a little bit.
I remember. Bam.
Ooh, smart boy. I can't ever remember
I just remember
anything.
that we did this.
I can't even remember my own age sometimes.
Me neither.
I was at the doctor's today, and then the lady was like, "What's your age?" And I was like, "I'm 23." Which I am 23. I just forgot if I was or not.
She definitely thought you were just lying.
Probably. I do look not 23. I look like a 65-year-old man.
Oh my goodness. That was a risky backflip.
Always backflip on solid ground.
Huh.
Well, if you climb up that way, and then you go that way, and then you go that way.
Where did we go last time?
Well, we went up that way, and then we went up that way.
What are you fucking talking about?
And then we went down the other way.
Oh, I remember. We went up this way.
Yeah, we went up that way, and then we went up that way. I don't have fingers, I can't point. I'm dead, I'm a ghost. This is exactly what it's gonna be like when I'm a ghost, for real. I'm gonna be the most annoying creature ever. Hi.
You're definitely going to be like, people are going to get an exorcist to get you out of their house.
It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. I'm not an evil spirit, I'm just annoying. You ready
It's
for it
like,
to stop raining?
remember that Charlie challenge back in the day?
Yeah. It's stupid
Whenever
challenge,
you
really.
get like a... What'd you say?
Stupid challenge, really, because you just put in 2 pencils and you're like, oh!
Yeah, it was a very silly challenge.
Like, what do you mean my pencils are moving? Because you got 2 pencils on top of each other. They're not gonna stay still. Oh, you almost see the top.
Oh.
Quick, get out of the storm. You won't ever,
No way.
you won't ever get Battle Royale this way.
Look at my health.
Oh my god. But you're doing it. You're almost there.
Imagine I step on a mushroom.
Oh my god. That would low-key be funny, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm jumping stuff. I'm jumping everything for that extra stamina. Dude, I'm so down bad.
You're almost there.
Let's go.
Oh my god. Oh
I see
my
the finish
god.
line.
You can do it.
I can see. I just alt F4 right here. Just die.
You deserve it. You worked so hard.
Let's go. There it is.
Oh my goodness.
Bam.
Hi.
Welcome back.
I'm alive. I'm alive. I ate it by accident. Blue. Oh, the tornadoes, I forgot. Get out of my way.
What does the balloon do?
Slows your fall, I think.
Oh, like in Fortnite.
Yeah, like Fortnite. I can't believe Peak is just Fortnite. That's why it's called Peak.
You gotta die. You can't.
How?
You
No.
can't keep getting away with this.
I can, actually. It's my Twitch and my stream. My personality.
Oh, that doesn't fucking hurt my fall. That just hurts my legs.
I forgot about that.
What?
Tornado.
Fall damage?
Thank goodness I have nothing in my inventory because I can't do anything.
Did you get the backpack back there? Yeah, you did.
Whoa!
Start going another way. Oh, we screwed already. Oh, I'm getting pricked everywhere.
Ow!
Alright.
Oh god. Oh god. Help.
I can only help so much. Oh my goodness. Oh. Move Thorn.
Oh.
What?
Oh my god.
What the fuck? What happened?
You
Am I alive again? Oh, welcome back, me. Hi, Max.
I'm dead.
How do I get you off of me? There. I'm trying to remove your thorns.
Oh my god, I look so
that you
comfortable.
Can wake up.
I'm alive!
Help me. We gotta remove these thorns pretty... We gotta run!
Oh my god. I can't run. I'm so covered in thorns.
It's gone. It's gone. Okay. Are those all the thorns?
No, not yet. You got a couple in the back of your head. Hold on. Do I have any on the back?
No, you're fine.
Okay.
Alright. Run!
Whoa.
This way. I lost my backpack.
What? This is awful.
Dude, this level sucks.
You can go back and get your backpack. It's right over there.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It'll only weigh me down.
Okay. Mr. Big Shot over here.
I have escaped death so many times. I don't even know how it wasn't like game over. That time we were both knocked out.
Yeah.
I don't know how I oh, I forgot burning.
Whoa, yo, whoa. Also, I still have a thorn in me. What?
Let me see if I can get it. Oh, it's on your arm. Got it.
Okay.
I'm going over this way a little bit. Oh, that luggage just disappeared in front of my eyes. Oh, tornado.
Oh my god.
Oh, goodbye.
Okay. Goodbye. I'm on. Ooh. I'm on top of a cactus. I'm dead.
Oh my goodness. I'm alive.
This is actually really funny. Yeah, I'm a lost cause. This is so embarrassing. This is so embarrassing. Like, dude, how many times can one guy die? Let's ask Dean Winchester for that. Hi.
I'm back! Oh my god! He lives to fight another day.
I got flung right onto the side of a cactus and my body was stuck there, just slowly falling down.
Yeah, I saw.
It was really funny. I'm so sorry I died again.
I can only escape death so many times. Let's go. Got some stamina. Let's go. Ooh, is this water? energy drink. Oh, that's where I died. Going up the mountain. Got this.
Dude, you gotta be careful.
Don't worry. Bad idea.
You almost got yourself into a cactus there.
Yeah. Very bad idea. These two? No!
Wind whiskers?
I'm alive! Why is there two tornadoes, man?
That can happen a lot. It's twin twisters.
Please. Please, no. Dude, can the sun go down, please?
Am I in your way?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
I'm so sorry. I should not have been in your face like that. Damn. Doesn't matter if fog rises. We're both dead anyways. Oh, all the times I've died. You think?
I thought he was luggage.
That's how they get you.
So I was gonna. Yeah, the old fucking luggage bug prank. Got hit with the old bait and switch. How could I have been so foolish?
I'm a new outfit.
Nice. I did too. Oh wait, we got the same outfit.
I got a mushroom hat too.
Oh, how'd you get a mushroom hat?
I don't know. Maybe it's because I ate mushrooms. I felt like a dead fish doing that.
Oh, I also got an eye patch.
Swag.
Also, you are bald!
Not bald.
Get over here. Let me
No.
make sure.
I'm not bald. See?
You just changed it!
No? I don't know what you're talking
I'm
about.
not bald either.
That is so weird looking.
Fine. How about this one? They look a little bit more natural. You look like a robot with that mouth. Alright, I think that's enough peak for me for today.
Yeah.
High five.
Uh-huh.
It was fun playing.
Yeah, I had fun. I always have fun playing with you guys.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Eat. Okay. So listen, I did download a horror game to play. Listen. Listen, I did download a horror game to play. But you gotta listen. It's like midnight. It's like 12. It's almost 12:45, okay? I gotta go to bed. I've been streaming for like 5 hours. I gotta go. I'm gonna. Oh, I didn't even do that. Well, no 12-hour stream. No 12-hour stream. Not tonight, because I may be feeling hyper, but I do need to go to bed tonight. I have stuff to do in the morning. Too bad it's over. Yeah, I had fun today. Did some stuff. We did some stuff. We did other things. And I'm happy that I'm able to just finally use this model. I might end up deleting the other models from my YouTube studio to get less like impact or whatever it's called. But yeah. Okay, let's see who's alive that I can rate out to. Let's see, I might rate out to somebody new today. I don't know anybody. I do want to try rating out them. Let's see. Oh my god, wait. That, you know how I've been talking about Fortnite this whole time? Dead Son's playing Fortnite. He's got a really cool VTuber model. He's got a cool model. He's really nice. So let's go right into Dead Son. And I'll most likely see you guys on Friday. I don't know what I'm doing on Friday, but it's definitely gonna be something. I'll let you know when we get there. But yeah, I'm glad that yeah, I had a fun time today. It started off amazing. I love this. Yeah, I love that so many people came at the beginning. I just okay. Yeah, go enjoy Dead Son, be nice, be kind, and I'll see you on Friday. Yeah. We might watch Supernatural, I'm not gonna lie.
No.
If you wanna be with me, baby, there's a price to pay. I'm not cheating about all. If you wanna be with me, I can make your wish come true.